Chapter 1499. As soon as He Qingjian finished speaking, He Zhichu quickly asked, when Shuyi no longer has any security privileges. How did she enter this study? With both hands in his trouser pockets, he stood elegantly beside Wen Shuyi. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes were cold and indifferent as he stared at Wen Shuyi without a trace of emotion. Wen Shuyi froze, then blushed. She pretended to be calm and said, "General, he let me in." He Qingjian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Yao Guang asked her to come and talk to me about something else. It's easier to talk in the study." "It's fine. I let her in." Since He Qingjian had agreed, He Zhichu no longer hesitated and said calmly, "I was the one who suggested this banquet to welcome Nianji back. As for the engagement and marriage, they had to be solemn ceremonies. There was no need to rush to bring them up at the welcoming banquet. This is too disrespectful to Nianji. A reception was a reception, and an engagement was an engagement. Although it wasn't a big deal to have two functions in one banquet, for people of their social class, it wasn't prudent enough. It was obvious that the man didn't value the woman enough, so he conveniently announced his engagement at the reception banquet. He Qingjian thought about it and felt that what He Zhichu said made sense. However, what he was most concerned about wasn't whether this matter was important or not, but that he could only be at ease if Gu Nianji married He Zhichu immediately. He narrowed his eyes at Gu Nianji, wondering if her heart had already returned to He Zhichu. Wen Shuyi smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. "Did you see that? The He family did treat you wholeheartedly. Although Auntie Qin has always said that she doesn't treat you as her biological daughter, she doesn't mean it. She has always had you in her heart. She has never neglected your happiness. It's your good fortune to be able to marry young Master He and marry into the He family. All the single girls in Huaxia are scrambling for this opportunity. Of course, it will only be left for their biological daughters." Her words not only complimented He Qingjian, but also helped Qin Yaoguang smooth things over. Even He Zhichu had to admit that Qin Yaoguang's suggestion was a little motherly. Otherwise, He Zhichu would have a terrible impression of her based on her behavior in the ward at the Qin hospital. In He Qingjian's heart, of course, his son was the best. There were only people his son didn't want, and there was no girl who didn't want his son. Even if he did, he would only be temporarily blind. After a long time, he would know how good his son was. He had spent so much effort to get Gu Nianji back so that she could be with He Zhichu. Qin Yaoguang's suggestion was indeed very favorable to He Qingjian. He Qingjian was elated when he heard that. "Shuyi, you're exaggerating. Actually, I'm old. As long as you juniors can be happy together, I'll die without regrets." Wen Shuyi quickly smiled and said, "General He, don't say that. You're still young. You still have to watch young Master He and Miss Gu have children. You have grandchildren." "Ah, grandchildren." He Qingjian's eyes lit up, and his gaze swept between He Zhichu and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji watched as Wen Shuyi drew a bigger and bigger picture for He Qingjian. Her eyes darkened, and she had no choice but to say, "Miss Wen, what do you mean by that?" "In the ward today, Mrs. Qin and I already made it clear. She doesn't treat me as her biological daughter, and I don't treat her as my biological mother. We almost signed a mother-daughter relationship. May I ask where she and you got the nerve to turn around and interfere with my personal marriage?" "Ha! You're still blaming Auntie Qin." Wen Shuyi pretended to be enlightened. "But in the ward today, Auntie Qin was too impatient. You were also like little chili pepper. You were at odds with each other. Didn't you start quarreling?" She then clicked her tongue. "Actually, after seeing you talk in the ward today, no one doesn't believe that you're not mother and daughter. You're both equally stubborn." He Qingjian understood that Gu Nianji had gone to see Qin Yaoguang today and seemed to have caused a scene. He quickly said, "Nianji, your mother is indeed a straightforward person. She says what's on her mind. Although her words may not be pleasant, she doesn't hold a grudge against others. She forgets after saying it. She's all about medicine and doesn't know much about the ways of the world. Gu Nianji blinked and thought to herself, so Mrs. Qin Yaoguang was using the persona of a straightforward scientist who didn't understand the ways of the world. In front of General He, this persona was indeed quite interesting. If she offended you, it was because she didn't understand the ways of the world, and if she said the wrong thing, it was because she was straightforward. She was in an invincible position. But it didn't matter. She, Gu Nianji, also knew how to set up a persona. She was now the persona of a little cabbage who yearned for maternal love but couldn't be abandoned by her biological mother. Let's see who can act better. Gu Nianji's eyes reddened, and tears immediately fell. Yes, she's a straightforward person. She can say in front of me that she doesn't treat me as her biological daughter. But all these years, what I've yearned for the most is a mother who dotes on me, loves me, and puts me first. She's straightforward, but she's also the director of a big hospital. She has so many people in her hands, so how could she not know how to speak? She just thinks that to me, she doesn't need to put in so much effort to speak properly. He Jichu thought about what he had seen in the ward today and felt extremely sorry for Gu Nianji. He put his arm around her shoulder and patted her gently. He Qingjian saw that Gu Nianji was crying and felt pity for her. He quickly handed her a tissue and said, "Nianji, don't cry. If you feel wronged, tell Uncle He. If your mother goes overboard, Uncle He will have a good talk with her." Gu Nianji took the tissue and wiped her tears. She said aggrievedly, "She doesn't understand the ways of the world, but I'm also an orphan girl who has no parents and lives under someone else's roof. Who taught me the ways of the world? How old is she? How old am I? I've never done my duty as a mother, and now I want to dictate my marriage. I really can't accept this." The corners of Wen Shuyi's mouth twitched as she watched from the side. When did this Gu Nianji crave motherly love? She was following Hua Xiaoheng over there. She was so smug and arrogant. How did she look like a little orphan girl who has no parents and lives under someone else's roof at all? This was too much of a blatant lie. The corners of Wen Shuyi's mouth twitched. She smiled apologetically and said, "Nianji, you're too sensitive. A child doesn't speak of his mother's mistakes. Even if Auntie Qin doesn't pay attention to her words, it's because she treats you as her own daughter. Do you have to choose your words carefully when speaking to your own daughter? Don't you think that's too distant?" Gu Nianji stopped crying and said seriously, "I don't think so. Even if we're as close as father and son and mother and daughter, basic courtesy is still needed. Besides, she's already said that she doesn't treat me as her own daughter, so your premise isn't valid. Since your premise isn't valid, then your conclusion isn't valid either, so don't bite the bullet and clear her name." When Shuyi's face turned red from her rebuke, she said embarrassedly, "Haha, this isn't a court. Do you still need to make logical deductions? Miss Wen, you're also a lawyer. I thought it was a lawyer's occupational disease to speak logically." Gu Nianji's tears quickly welled up again. "Besides, do you really think her proposal is to treat me as her own daughter? You're too naive." Wen Shuyi had always been known for being steady and magnanimous. No one had ever called her naive. She couldn't take it anymore. She subconsciously asked, "Why doesn't she treat you as her own daughter? She chose such a good marriage for you, and you're still not satisfied. How many people can't get it even if they beg for it?" Gu Nianji turned her head away and said with a sulky expression, "If she really treats me as her own daughter, she should be concerned about what kind of person I like and whether I'm willing to marry. She shouldn't be so eager to suck up to him and sell me off like a commodity." He Qingjian frowned and said unhappily, "Yao Guang knows what's good for you. She knows that Jichu loves you the most, so what's wrong with suggesting that you get engaged and married immediately? Of course there's something wrong." Gu Nianji even refuted He Qingjin's words. Who is the most important person to you, Uncle He? Of course it's Zhichu, He Qingjin said without hesitation. That's right. Then what were you thinking about when you were considering a marriage partner for Professor He? Of course I was thinking about who the girl he loves the most is. My greatest wish is for him to marry the girl he loves the most. Gu Nianji sighed and said enviously, Professor He is really lucky to have a father like you. To He Zhichu, being a father was the best he could be. But, for Miss Qin, has she considered my feelings? Does she know who I love the most? No. To her, the most important thing is to please you, Uncle He, and make your son happy. Not to consider the wishes of my biological daughter. If someone didn't know better heard this, they would think she was Professor He's biological mother. Did she ask me who I like? Did she ask me who I want to marry? She didn't ask anything. Now she's even saying she's her biological mother. How disgusting. Gu Nianji glanced at He Zhichu as she spoke. He Zhichu noticed Gu Nianji's gaze and understood what she meant. He felt indescribably uncomfortable. However, he had promised Gu Nianji, so he couldn't go back on his word. Gu Nianji still had feelings for Hu Xiaoheng, so she still refused to accept him. If he didn't say something to express his stance, this little lady would probably fall out with him on the spot. However, before He Zhichu could speak, He Qingjin's expression had already changed. He asked sternly, You've said so much. Are you still unwilling to be with Zhichu? Gu Nianji didn't beat around the bush and simply told him the truth. You also know that I'm already engaged to someone else. The matter between me and your son was actually just a verbal agreement between the two families when we were young. It has no legal effect. If you insist on going your own way against my wishes, then try it. I'll show you what it means to force a melon not to be sweet. This was the first update of the day, chapter 1488, A Melon Not to be Sweet. Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. Continue to reward and update at 8 p.m. WA. Chapter 1500. What kind of person was He Qingjin? Perhaps no one had ever spoken to him like this in his life. Even He Zhichu, who sometimes went against him, had never been so rude. He Qingjin's expression instantly changed when he heard Gu Nianji's harsh words. Wen Shuyi immediately panicked. General He, don't be angry. It's fine, it's fine. Nianji, you're really something. Can't you speak nicely? As she spoke, she helped He Qingjin sit down and frantically called the He family's family doctor. When they heard that He Qingjin was sick, the family doctors rushed outside the study within a minute. He Qingjin clenched his fists and felt his ears buzz. All the blood seemed to rush to his brain, and his vision was a little blurry with a dark red color. He allowed Wen Shuyi to help him sit down. He covered his heart with his hand and slowly calmed his breathing. He Zhichu was also shocked. He turned around and opened the study door to call in a family doctor. This person was the head of the family doctors. He came in with a medicine box on his back and walked straight to He Qingjin. Seeing his expression, he immediately said, This is angina. Hurry up and take some medicine. They all had medicine for angina pectoris. He Zhichu poured a glass of water and personally took the medicine from the doctor's hand. He gave it to He Qingjin. He Qingjin took the medicine and closed his eyes to rest against the chair for a while before he recovered. The buzzing in his ears disappeared, and his vision became clear. His face, which was flushed with blood, gradually returned to normal. However, his chest was still a little stuffy. Gu Nianji felt a little regretful when she saw how angry He Qingjin was. Wasn't she going too far? He Zhichu looked at He Qingjin intently and poured him another glass of warm water. Drink some more. He Qingjin drank the water with his hand. He glanced at the family doctor in the room and said, Zhichu, help me send the doctor off and get me a few more bottles of medicine. I don't have much medicine left. He nodded and followed the doctor out. After He left, He Qingjian sat for a while before glancing at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji moved closer to his desk and said embarrassedly, General He, I'm sorry. If anything really happened to He Qingjian because of her words, she would be in deep trouble. He Qingjian looked at her with a dark gaze. After a while, he said, Nianji, you're not young anymore. You're already 19, right? You're turning 20 in October. In less than a month's time. Gu Nianji nodded, and her mood immediately sank. Her 20th birthday was coming up, but Hu Xiaoheng could no longer celebrate it for her. She really didn't want to celebrate her birthday anymore. He Qingjian looked at her absent-minded look and thought of his son's calmness. His hands secretly clenched into fists. Was 7 years really that irresistible? What was so bad about her son? Wen Shi didn't seem to notice the undercurrent between them. She chuckled and said, Nianji, don't be too willful. With such good conditions, why are you still struggling? As for your engagement with Hu Xiao, that's something from another world. Just treat it as a dream. Since it's a dream, there's no need to take it seriously. He Qingjian observed Gu Nianji carefully and saw that the corners of her eyes and brows were filled with disapproval. It was probably because of what she had said just now that he was so angry that he almost had a seizure, so he didn't continue arguing with Wen Shi. It seemed that getting her to be with He Zhichu wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Gu Nianji looked up and said calmly, No, that's not a dream. You and I both know that it's a real space-time. So what if it exists? You can't even go over now, Wen Shi said lightly. And their science and technology are too far behind ours. They won't be able to come over in a short time. I estimate that in 50 or 100 years, their technology might advance by leaps and bounds. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. That's none of your business. He Qingjian also said, in the past few years, Shi and I have been using magnetic field transmissions a lot. The magnetic field energy has already been consumed a lot. This time, in order to bring you back, something went wrong midway. The magnetic field device went out of control. Not only did it consume most of our energy, but it also almost lost Yuan Jining. I left the last batch of energy for Zhichu to support his return. He Qingjian sighed. Otherwise, perhaps Nianji and the others wouldn't have landed on Snake Island in the Caribbean that time. The remaining energy isn't enough to form a magnetic resonance. He shook his head disapprovingly. Wen Shi continued to persuade Gu Nianji. Look, it's not that we're deliberately not letting you go back, but even if we want to send you back now, there's nothing we can do. Without enough magnetic field energy, we can't activate the magnetic resonance, so of course we can't transmit. Gu Nianji's heart ached terribly, but she forced herself not to cry in front of them. She could cry when she was acting, but when it came to expressing her true emotions, she didn't want to cry. When she was really sad, she would hide and cry alone. Those were the tears that truly belonged to her. The tears shed in front of others didn't count. Everyone knew that they were all 1,000-year-old foxes, and they were acting like strange tales from a Chinese studio. So stop fooling around. When the banquet is held, tell him about your engagement with young Master He. Wen Shi brought this up again. You have to take a step back in order to advance, but you have to know your limits. How can you take your marriage as a joke? Gu Nianji was extremely annoyed. Her face darkened at Wen Shi and she said coldly, I've always been a man of my word. I've never taken a step back in order to advance. Don't judge others by your own standards. Use your own thoughts to figure others out. Yes, you're the most noble. Wen Shi picked up her Hermes platinum bag from the sofa and hung it on her arm. She didn't stand on ceremony anymore. I've already talked until my mouth is dry, but you still refuse to let go. What I want to remind you is that without the He family, you're nothing. Why are you putting on an act? I'm putting on an act. Gu Nianji was so angry that she laughed. I've been talking for so long. Do you think I'm deliberately trying to sell myself? I didn't say that. Wen Shuyi had a good temper. As she walked towards the door, she said, actually, you just get things too easily. You don't cherish things that you get too easily. Unlike people like us, our families are too poor. My parents are only gardeners, so I have to work harder than you to sit in the same position as you. Gu Nianji finally understood Wen Shuyi's intentions. Wasn't she just mocking her and saying that she was relying on the He family to raise her status? She put her hands in her trouser pockets and took 2 steps forward. She said to Wen Shuyi's back, I never meant to look down on your background. You can't choose your background, just like I can't choose my parents, but you can choose what path you take. Wen Shuyi paused in her steps and turned to look at her. She said with a half smile, you're already standing at the top, even though you're relying on the He family. So it's easy for you to say that. Unlike her, although she had already entered the He family's door, she could be kicked out at any time. Gu Nianji scoffed and said calmly, you're quite concerned about the He family. Don't tell me that I'm nothing if I leave the He family. To be honest, you're really nothing if you leave the He family. Wen Shuyi didn't stand on ceremony anymore. There was a faint excitement in her eyes, like a hunter who had finally seen her prey walk towards the trap she had set. He Qingjian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Gu Nianji. He thought to himself that Wen Shuyi's words made sense. If Gu Nianji were to go out and experience the life of a real ordinary person, she would have to work hard every day. Her greatest wish in life was to get a loan to buy a small house and spend the rest of her life in a small house. She should be able to understand how good He Jichu was if she suffered a little. Gu Nianji played right into his hands and said, okay, I'll leave the He family and live on my own. Do you think I'm nothing if I leave the He family? Sure. Wen Shuyi immediately applauded. I'll wait and see. Gu Nianji turned to He Qingjian and said, General He, do you agree? If you agree, I can leave the He family immediately and rely on my own abilities to make a living. He Qingjian looked at her meaningfully and said, do you really want to leave the He family and rely on your own abilities to make a living? Of course, what's not to believe? Gu Nianji was very confident in her own abilities. Moreover, being able to leave the He family and not have to see Wen Shuyi and Qin Yaoguang again was more beneficial than harmful to her. Wen Shuyi continued to tease her. Okay, since you said you'll rely on yourself, you have to leave the family with nothing. You can't take anything from the He family with you, nor can you use any of the He family's resources. You can't even tell others that you know anyone from the He family. Pursing her lips, Wen Shuyi added, you can't tell others that your mother is Auntie Qin, Dean Qin. Only then would Gu Nianji be on the same starting line as her. She wanted to see how Gu Nianji, who had nothing and didn't even have a diploma, could do so well here. Gu Nianji didn't fall for her trap. She crossed her arms and snorted. Are you stupid? I'm not cheating on you. Why would I leave the family with nothing? Is there a connection? I'm just saying that you can't take a single needle from the He family, Wen Shuyi said with a smile. General He, do you make sense? He Qingjian looked at Gu Nianji and couldn't bear it. Although he wanted Gu Nianji to experience the life of an ordinary person in society, he didn't want her to live too hard. She just needed to experience the suffering of the people and suffer a little. If she suffered too much, not only would He Jichu be unhappy, but even he, as her uncle, couldn't stand it anymore. However, he wanted to see how Gu Nianji would react, so he didn't reply. He smiled but didn't say anything. Gu Nianji saw that He Qingjian didn't say anything and looked at her calmly like an old fox. She scoffed and said, of course I won't take a single needle from the He family, but I still want what belongs to me. There's something here that belongs to you. Wen Shi stretched out her arms and casually walked around the room. Why didn't I know? How do you know? Gu Nianji retorted bluntly. Are you the He family's nanny or housekeeper? Do you know what the He family has? Of course, Wen Shi wasn't a nanny or a housekeeper. She was a law JD graduate with first-class honors from Harvard Law School. She was also the director of the military's legal department. No, she had been the director of the legal department. Wen Shi straightened her back when she thought about how He Zhichu had removed her military record. She didn't want anyone to see her dissatisfaction and anger. She said lightly, "This is based on common sense. You've been away from here for 7 years, and the things here have long changed." Gu Nianji chuckled and said, "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I won't take a single cent from the He family. What I want is indeed what belongs to me." As she spoke, Gu Nianji looked at He Qingjian. "General He, I'm new here. You have to get me a legal identity document, including an ID card, a passport, and an official education certificate." He Qingjian laughed. "You want me to open the back door for you? What happened to not relying on the He family?" Gu Nianji didn't blush at all. She said plausibly, "How is this opening the back door? I'm alive and well in the other world. I have my own identity, my own job, my own degree certificate, and my law license. You were the one who forcefully brought me here against my will. So, based on the principle of reciprocity, shouldn't you provide me with the same identity document and education certificate?" What she meant was that she had to be responsible for ending the sins she had committed. He Qingjian thought about it for a moment and agreed. "Okay, I'll get you an identity document and education certificate, but you'll have to retake the law license yourself." "It's a deal." Gu Nianji and He Qingjian high-fived to make an oath and smiled meaningfully. Wen Shi hadn't expected Gu Nianji to easily obtain a master's degree and education certificate from the university's faculty of law. Of course, there was also proof of education from primary school to university. With her ID card and education certificate, her identity in this world would be confirmed. To Gu Nianji, she only needed these things to find a job to support herself. She also had her own plans, but these plans required her to get rid of the He family first, especially Wen Shi, who was always paying special attention to her. Wen Shi was silent for a moment before suggesting, "Although Nianji wants to experience life, the security in those ordinary neighborhoods isn't very good. She's so beautiful. What if she encounters a gangster?" He Qingjian said, "I've already considered this. I plan to send someone to protect her closely." "Who are you going to look for?" Wen Shi asked with great interest. "I know a few people who are good at martial arts. They're all young Master He subordinates in the military." Gu Nianji could tell that they wouldn't let go completely and let her leave the He family alone. However, this wasn't a bad thing. After all, Gu Nianji still didn't know anything about this world. She didn't know how the security was like, so she still needed time to adapt. She only felt grateful that He Qingjian had promised to send someone to protect her closely. Gu Nianji looked at Wen Shi, who had been giving her ideas, and said calmly, "I have a candidate. I hope General He will agree." "Oh. Who do you want to protect you closely?" He Qingjian asked in surprise. Gu Nianji raised her chin. "Colonel Qin Jining. He's a very good person. If I need someone to protect me closely, I'll only trust him." He Qingjian was also very confident in this person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specially appointed him to go there to pick Nianji up. He nodded immediately. "Okay, I'll let Jining follow you. You'll call each other cousins." Half of Wen Shi's face darkened. "Why do you want Qin Jining to accompany you? You did it on purpose, didn't you?" This was the second update of today's 4,000-word reward, Chapter 1489, You Did It on Purpose, Didn't You? Today was Monday, and recommendation votes were especially important. P.S. The big chapter is I am Master Rashi's spiritual pet fate reward last October. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1501. Gu Nianji thought to herself, I did it on purpose, but why would I tell you? In the face of Wen Shuyi's sudden aggressiveness, she immediately chose to panic. She took 2 steps back to He Qingjian's side and deliberately expressed her question cutely. Uncle He, why can't I choose brother Little Ning? Didn't you agree? Miss Wen is so scary like this. Even Uncle He's words don't work. I thought she was the one in charge of the He family. She was already pretty and sharp-tongued. When she acted cute, even Hu Xiaoheng couldn't handle it, let alone He Qingjian. He almost regretted asking her to move out. He quickly patted her back and coaxed her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Uncle He will make the decision for you. As he spoke, his gaze turned to Wen Shuyi and he smiled. Shuyi, do you have a problem with me asking Jining to protect Ninji? Wen Shuyi's heart skipped a beat when she saw He Qingjian's unfriendly expression. She quickly said, General He, that's not what I meant. I mean, what do you mean? Gu Nianji pretended to be a fox exploiting the tiger's might and became arrogant. Don't you mean that I can't do something you don't agree to? Even if Uncle He agrees to it? Of course not. Wen Shuyi quickly explained. What I mean is, there are so many talents in the military. Why do you want Qin Jining? He's not the best. What if he can't take on the heavy responsibility? Ha! Gu Nianji took 2 steps forward and interrupted her. It's just to protect me. Is it that difficult? Does Miss Wen think that in a country like Huaxia, under the full protection of General He, I will still be in great danger? Wen Shuyi's expression froze, but she quickly calmed down. She gently twisted the silk scarf wrapped around the belt of her Hermes platinum bag with one hand and said with a smile, Of course not, but your safety is of utmost importance. Gu Nianji interrupted her again and shook her head. I'm just an ordinary person. Brother Little Ning can definitely deal with ordinary thieves. If there's a villain that even Brother Little Ning can't deal with, then someone is deliberately targeting me. She took another step forward, forcing Wen Shuyi to take a step back. Miss Wen is so clear about this. It seems that my safety actually falls on Miss Wen. Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully. What does it have to do with me? Wen Shuyi quickly glanced at He Qingjian. He Qingjian still maintained his smile. It was so natural that she couldn't tell what he was thinking at all. Gu Nianji folded her hands behind her back and moved closer to Wen Shuyi. She whispered in her ear, Of course it matters. If I'm really being pursued by an unknown person, it can only be Miss Wen's instigation. She turned around and pointed at Wen Shuyi with one hand. She looked at He Qingjian and smiled softly. Uncle He, remember this. If anything happens to me in the future, the real culprit will definitely be this Miss Wen. Whatever alibi she has, you can't believe it. She'll definitely confess everything under the 3 woods. Gu Nianji. Wen Shuyi was scared out of her wits. Her face turned pale. You're a lawyer too. How can you slander me so carelessly? If you say that again, I can sue you for slander. How did I slander you? Gu Nianji turned her head calmly. Do you want me to explain the legal meaning of slander to you? And you say you didn't slander me. You're implying that if anything happens to you, I'll be the murderer. Wen Shuyi was so angry that her chest puffed up. I said if something happens to me. Don't you understand the word if? Gu Nianji's voice was clear and melodious, like pearls falling onto a jade plate. If means that it might not happen. If it happens, then it's an objective fact. I didn't slander you. If it doesn't happen, then you're not the murderer. May I ask how I slandered you? Why are you in such a hurry to put the murderer label on yourself? Gu Nianji's expression darkened. Or did you actually have the intention to set a trap to chase me out of the He family so that you could find someone outside to do it? Actually, why did you have to go so far? You could have done it in the He family, and there would have been no consequences at all. If you had done it in the He family, you could have escaped unscathed. Nothing would have happened. Why did you have to go so far as to chase me out? When Shi caught the indignation in Gu Nianji's words towards the He family and immediately said, "It's fine if you're talking about me, but why drag the He family into this? If the He family isn't safe, where else in the entire Huaxia Empire is safe?" He Qingjian coughed. "Nianji, you really don't have to worry about your safety in the He family." "Oh. Is that so?" Gu Nianji didn't turn around. She said aloofly, "Uncle He, have you forgotten that just this morning at the He family's house, I was almost forced to commit suicide by them? Are you saying that I don't have to worry about my safety in the He family?" He Qingjian was rendered speechless by her. But how could he have imagined that Yao Guang would go against his own daughter? Now that the mother and daughter were like fire and water, He Qingjian also felt a headache coming on. He shut his mouth in embarrassment. When Shi was indignant. "Even if something happened to you, why am I the murderer? You still say you're not slandering me." Gu Nianji crossed her arms over her chest and said calmly, "I'll tell you why. If something happens to me, you're the murderer. Because if something happens to me, you'll be the one who benefits the most. The general inference in murder cases is that most murderers want to obtain some kind of benefit from the deceased. Whoever reaped the most benefits would be the most suspicious. Do you still need me to teach you that?" When Shi's face turned red and white, she clenched and unclenched her fists. After a while, she said agitatedly, "Nonsense. If something happens to you, what benefit can I get? Don't slander me." "Yes, what benefit can you get? Let me think." Gu Nianji walked around her. "How did you get to Professor He's side? You don't need me to remind you, do you? 7 years ago, because Professor He mistakenly thought that I had died in a car accident, you came to Professor He's side as a replacement. So as my replacement, don't you hate me the most? Because I didn't die, everything you once had slipped away from your hands. What people are most afraid of is not having what they have, but losing what they have." The more Gu Nianji spoke, the more excited she became. Although she actually didn't have any evidence, her words were almost like nonsense. When Shi's palms gradually became sweaty, but she still asked Gu Nianji very calmly, "Are you serious?" Gu Nianji tilted her head. "Yes, I'm serious. Unless you can swear that if I'm no longer in this world, you won't be with Professor He, I'll believe that you're not the possible murderer." When Shi flew into a rage. "Why would I make such an oath? You've gone too far. Are you saying that you've actually been coveting Professor He? Then why are you holding on to brother little Ning?" Gu Nianji glanced at He Qingjian and gave him a, look. He Qingjian's eyes darkened, but the corners of his lips curled up at her teasing. When he smiled, the deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes curled up. His pair of peach blossom eyes looked even more charming than He Jichu's. Gu Nianji looked away and thought to herself, no wonder her cheap mother had waited for this man for more than 20 years. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to resist such a fine specimen, only Major General Hu could compare to him. Gu Nianji thought of Hu Xiaoheng, and her eyes softened. The smile on her face was as sweet as honey. He Jichu happened to push open the door and come in. He saw Gu Nianji's sweet smile and big, watery eyes. His heart skipped a beat and he almost couldn't breathe. He held the door handle and stood for a while before asking, "What were you talking about just now?" When Shi's face was flushed red. She was completely too embarrassed to stay any longer. She hurriedly said, "I'm going back. Auntie Qin is still waiting for my reply." General I'm leaving first. She turned around in a panic, opened the study door, and quickly ran out. Gu Nianji didn't want to stay here any longer. She bowed slightly to He Qingjian. Uncle please inform brother Little Ning that I'm going to pack my luggage now and move out of the He family immediately. What's going on? He Zhichu immediately grabbed Gu Nianji's arm and asked nervously, why are you moving out of the He family? Gu Nianji gently pushed his hand away and said with a smile, Professor ask Uncle I'll be leaving first. You father and son have a good chat. Although she wasn't very strong, her actions were very firm. She pushed He Zhichu's fingers away one by one and resolutely left. The door to the study slammed shut again. There were only He Zhichu and He Qingjian in the room. He Zhichu glared at He Qingjian angrily. His almond-shaped eyes were almost on fire. You'd better explain it to me. What's going on? He Qingjian felt a little sorry for his son. In order not to bear He Zhichu's anger, he covered his chest with his hand and cried out again. My chest hurts. Do you have any more medicine? He Zhichu hurriedly walked over and took out the medicine. He then picked up the landline phone. Why are you not feeling well again? I'd better call the doctor quickly. He Qingjian had no choice but to press down on his hand and smile obsequiously. Achoo, it's okay. Dad is fine. I was just joking with you. You were so angry. Dad was scared. He Zhichu couldn't vent his anger when he saw his father, who was extremely dignified in front of others, lowering his head and begging for mercy in front of him. He closed his eyes and rubbed the space between his eyebrows with his hand. He sat down on the sofa. Dad, what's going on? Tell me quickly. I'm not angry. He Qingjian looked at He Zhichu with heartache. He thought to himself, Gu Nianji, that little girl, was full of arrogance. If he didn't destroy her prestige, how could she be willing to spend the rest of her life with He Zhichu? His decision was not wrong. After hesitating for a while, He Qingjian still picked out the important parts of the situation and said, Nianji was the one who suggested it. I think it's quite good. Let her go out for a walk, hit a few walls, and learn a few lessons. Then, she'll know why flowers are so red. Only Zhichu is good in this world. He Zhichu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only felt his head hurt even more. It seemed that no matter who met Gu Nianji, they would become abnormal. Dad, you really don't understand Nianji. He Zhichu sighed. Let her go out. What you have to worry about is not that she'll hit a wall, but that the wall will hit her. If she gets angry, she can tear down the wall for you. You still want her to learn a lesson outside? That's impossible. He Qingjian. Aren't you exaggerating? Is she really that powerful? He Qingjian rubbed his chin with his hand. Who does this little girl look like? When your Auntie Qin was young, she wasn't as smart and cunning as she was. Could it be that she really looks like that lunatic? This is the first update of the day, chapter 1490, He's the best in the world. A reminder for everyone, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Monthly votes for 1,500 plus updates at 8 p.m. WA. Chapter 1502. How could she be like Gu Xiangwen? He Zhichu didn't think much of it. Nianji is very friendly, lively, and talkative. As long as she wants to, she can get along well with anyone. And Gu Xiangwen has interpersonal disorder. Have you ever seen him talk to anyone nicely? Except for Nianji. Besides, Auntie Qin is like a stranger to Nianji other than giving birth to her. Nianji isn't like any of them. He Zhichu curled his lips. If she wants to be like someone, she's more like me. After all, she grew up with me from 6 to 12 years old. She's also very talented in the law. He Qingjian, How could such a fatherly smile appear on He Jichu's face? He Qingjian felt very upset. He Jichu didn't want to talk about these two people anymore. He quickly changed the topic. Then what about the welcoming banquet? You promised her to leave the He family, but you still have to hide your identity. Does that mean you don't have to hold the banquet? We can wait for now. She doesn't want to get engaged and married right away. He Qingjian didn't want He Jichu to be sad. After she comes back willingly. He Jichu reached out and made a pause gesture. Stop. So you listened to Auntie Qin's opinion and rejected my suggestion. He Qingjian, He Jichu stood up calmly. Looks like my mother has been dead for so many years. It's time for a new generation to replace the old. Jichu. He Qingjian panicked. He stood up and growled, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by a new generation to replace the old? I've only had Su Wen in my heart. Really? He Jichu's expression was calm to the point of indifference. But that doesn't stop you from listening to others. Moreover, between your son and your wife, you chose your wife's opinion. Isn't that obvious? My mother is in your heart, and only in your heart. Your mind is now occupied by Qin Yaoguang. He Jichu pointed at his head. But I don't blame you. We're all adults, and we don't care about who we'll be for the rest of our lives. If you were the one who died first, I would also persuade my mother to remarry. He Qingjian's lips trembled violently. His face gradually turned pale, and his rosy lips turned purple. He Jichu looked at him and pursed his lips. Don't be agitated. I didn't mean to criticize you. But I have never meddled in your affairs with other people, and you must not meddle in my affairs. But Yaoguang saved your life after all. He Qingjian said in a trembling voice, you were terminally ill. The best doctors in the world said you wouldn't live to adulthood. It was Yaoguang who proposed the gene therapy. For you, she experimented many times and finally gave birth to Nianji. I know you don't like her, and I never wanted you to call her mom, but we can't be heartless. Su Wen gave birth to you, but Yaoguang also gave you a second life. He Jichu rubbed his temples in pain. I'll remember your kindness to me. But if you think that because she saved my life belongs to her and I have to listen to her, then please take this life back. I don't want to live anymore, okay? His eyes gradually reddened, but he gritted his teeth and tried his best to restrain himself. The beginning. That's not what I meant. He Qingjian's voice became serious. Yaoguang never wanted you to do anything for her. She saved you for me and Su Wen, and also to challenge the pinnacle of medicine. He paused and continued, Yaoguang has a straightforward temper and speaks bluntly, but she doesn't have any bad intentions. People who devote themselves to scientific research are all like that. Yes, she's good to everyone, but she abandoned her own daughter. He Jichu smiled bitterly. Actually, what right do I have to criticize her? Isn't everything she did for me? He Jichu had very complicated feelings about Qin Yaoguang. He should be grateful to her. After all, without her, he would have died at the age of 16 like He Jichu over there. However, Qin Yaoguang had been so good to him, but now it was obvious that she didn't treat Gu Nianji as her own daughter. To her, Gu Nianji was just a medicine to treat He Jichu. This way of expressing her feelings confused He Jichu. He had thought that no matter what, Qin Yaoguang was Nianji's biological mother. What mother wouldn't love her daughter? Perhaps he was wrong. In this world, there really were mothers who didn't love their biological daughters. He remembered that when Nianji was still young, she had been rather distant from this mother. Qin Yaoguang didn't come to see her often, but she didn't mind. The happiest time for her was when Gu Xiangwen came to see her. However, Gu Xiangwen was also very busy, even busier than Qin Yaoguang. Once he went into the laboratory to do experiments, he could not come out for half a year. Gu Nianji would be happy for a long time if he came by occasionally. She would place the gifts he brought on the floor of the room and carefully paste a small note on each gift with the date of the next year before putting it back in the box. Then, she would open the box every day and take out a gift in chronological order. This way, it would be as if Gu Xiangwen came to see her every day. Although He Jichu disliked Gu Xiangwen very much, he had to admit that he was a good father. Of course, this was compared to Qin Yaoguang. Compared to He Qingjian, Gu Xiangwen was at least as far away from a good father as two parallel universes. Gu Xiangwen was a genius, a well-deserved genius. Geniuses usually had weird habits and bad tempers. He really could not get along with anyone. He was very impatient with the laboratory staff under him. Whenever he was unhappy, he would scold them, "Your brain is as small as an atom. You can't even see it with a high-powered microscope, or, are you a paramecium? There's only one single cell in his entire body." The assault was very serious. If it weren't for the fact that he was too talented and could publish many world-class theses with him, those people wouldn't have endured the humiliation and become his students. However, Gu Xiangwen was surprisingly patient when he was with little Gu Nianji. He Jichu remembered that Gu Nianji had just turned 6 that year. Gu Xiangwen had given her a copy of Quantum Physics for Sirius. Quantum Mechanics for Sirius. He Jichu disagreed at the time and said, "Uncle Gu, isn't this book too profound for a 6-year-old child?" Unexpectedly, Gu Xiangwen said, "This is a children's book on quantum mechanics that I specially wrote for her." He Jichu knelt on the spot. He had personally written a book for his daughter, and it was a children's book on quantum mechanics. The book was still in He Jichu's room. It was the only thing that Gu Xiangwen had left behind that hadn't been smashed and burned by the furious He Qingjian. He Jichu wasn't very surprised by the conflict between Qin Yaoguang and Gu Nianji, but he was still very sad. He felt sad for Gu Nianji, so he wanted to give her more love, but she didn't need it. He Jichu put his hands in his pockets and clenched his fists tightly. His fingernails dug deep into his palms. After his wife passed away, the most important person in He Qingjian's heart was his son, He Jichu. Now that He Jichu was dissatisfied with Qin Yaoguang, He Qingjian chose to give up on Qin Yaoguang without hesitation. He couldn't make his son unhappy. This was the treasure that Su Wen had left him. If he didn't take good care of her, he wouldn't have the face to see her in the afterlife. Since Nianji is leaving the He family, I don't plan on staying either. He Jichu put his hands in his pockets. His figure was tall and straight, like a bamboo pole. Take care. Jichu. Forgive me this once. I really didn't mean to reject you. He Qingjian felt a wave of panic in his heart. Had he really done something wrong? Wasn't the person He Jichu loved the most in his heart Gu Nianji? He only wanted to help him be with the person he liked. What was wrong with him? Perhaps he was wrong. The last thing he should have done was listen to Qin Yaoguang's suggestion today. He rejected He Jichu's suggestion and even agreed to Gu Nianji move out of the He family. He Qingjian staggered out from behind the desk and said anxiously, "I'll go find Nianji and ask her to stay. Let's have a welcoming banquet. It's happening right away. I'll ask the housekeeper and orderlies to prepare the list." He Jichu held his arm with a pained expression. "Dad, don't be like this. Jichu, I really just want you to be fine." He Qingjian's tears streamed down his face. "I've let your mother down. I've let you down. He suddenly raised his other hand and slapped himself hard in the face. He Jichu was stunned for a moment. He quickly pressed down on He Qingjian's other arm and said sternly, "Dad. Jichu, it's Dad's fault. Dad will divorce Qin Yaoguang immediately." He Qingjian couldn't care less now. "Don't go. And Nianji, I'll go talk to her myself, apologize to her, and ask her to stay, okay?" Faced with such a father who was so devoted to him, Hijichu couldn't continue insisting on moving out. He knew that his father's illness was already very serious, and this illness wasn't a genetic illness. Even if Gu Nianji was there, she wouldn't be able to cure him. It was an injury he had suffered in his early years in the military that caused his organs to fail. To put it bluntly, he was old. Coupled with the fact that his heart wasn't very good, if the stimulation was too much, he could die at any time. Hijichu's heart was burning, but he finally endured it and said, "Dad, take good care of yourself. I won't move out. But don't worry about Nianji and me." "Really?" Qingjian grabbed his arm tightly. "Don't you need me to apologize? It's all Wen Shuyi's fault today." She kept pushing her around. She was pushed around until she had no choice but to say she wanted to move out, and even asked Qin Jining to be her security guard. Hijichu knew Gu Nianji very well. If she didn't want to leave, even 10 Wen Shuyis wouldn't be able to make her leave. She had agreed to leave, so there was a high chance that she wanted to leave. Why did she want to leave? Because she didn't want to live with him and was worried that they would be too involved. Hijichu didn't say this out loud. He held Qingjian's arm and walked him back to the bedroom. He said, "Since I'm back, you can rest in peace and recuperate. The security in the study needs to be increased. No one can be let in if they don't meet the security level. Even if you agree." Okay. Whatever you say." Qingjian got into bed after washing up. He obeyed Hijichu's words. "And Auntie Qin. She's not a military personnel, so the security level she enjoys is too high." Hijichu was still brooding over Qin Yaoguang's insistence on performing the surgery on Gu Nianji. "Wen Shui too. I'd like to see when these two will perform the surgery on themselves." Okay. Whatever you want." Qingjian was about to become Mr. 3. Other than okay, and okay. Hijichu took care of Qingjian to sleep before turning off the lights and leaving. He had been gone for 4 years. His father had really aged a lot. Hijichu had originally planned to stay on the other side and not come back, but now that he was back, he had a way to come back. He wasn't in a hurry at all. With Gu Nianji, he had a lifetime to accompany her as she slowly grew old. Walking out of Qingjian's bedroom, he saw Qingjian's orderly standing at the door with an anxious look on his face. "What's wrong?" "Young Master Miss Gu has packed her suitcase and is about to leave." This is today's second monthly ticket, 1,500 plus updates, delivered, Chapter 1491, A New Generation Replaces the Old. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. P.S. Thank you for the 60,000 book coins that Tian Tianxin from Buckle Bookstore gave. I finally have the first leader from Buckle Bookstore. Mwah. Chapter 1503. Hijichu looked at his watch. It was almost midnight. Was she that impatient? Where is Miss Gu now? She's already downstairs. She's in the living room downstairs. The orderly stepped aside. Hijichu quickly walked past him, bringing with him a gust of wind. As he came down the spiral stairs, he saw Gu Nianji's back as she dragged her suitcase. Her long hair was tied in a ponytail behind her back. She was wearing a very ordinary white t-shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. She looked as fresh as a student who had just entered university. She was only in her 2nd or 3rd year. A few orderlies blocked the door from letting her out. Gu Nianji was trying to reason with them. "General, he personally agreed to let me leave. You can call and ask. Why do you have to send someone up? What a waste of time. You've been there for so long, but there's no reply. Are you doing this on purpose?" You're restricting my freedom, I'm telling you. Her crisp voice was mixed with a hint of annoyance. It was nice to hear, but it also gave people a headache. He Ji-chu couldn't help laughing. The phone in He Qingjin's study wasn't something that just anyone could call. The orderly downstairs turned pale from Gu Nianji's scolding. He almost couldn't take it anymore. When he saw He Ji-chu coming over, he quickly said, "Young Master He is here. Miss Gu, please speak to young Master He." They put away their guns and returned to their posts to continue standing guard. Gu Nianji turned around and smiled as if she had seen her savior. "Professor He, you're finally here. You heard it with your own ears in the study just now." He Ji-chu bent down and helped her pick up her suitcase. He said, "Let's go back and stay for the night. We'll leave tomorrow." But Gu Nianji blinked and saw that He Ji-chu had already carried her suitcase up the stairs. She quickly followed him and said anxiously, "Professor He, you'll still have to leave sooner or later. Why do you have to do this? It's just one night." He Ji-chu closed his eyes and stopped at the top of the stairs. He turned around and said, "Stay one more night. I'll get you your lawyer's license." "Huh?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. "Are you serious?" Previously, He Qingjian had only promised to give her an ID card, a passport, and proof of her education since she was young. He had specifically said that he would not give her a lawyer's license and that she would have to take the exam again. Although Gu Nianji wasn't afraid of exams, the problem was that she had just checked. The law exam here was held once every 2 years in July. She had just taken the exam in July this year, so if she wanted to take the exam herself, she would have to wait another 2 years. After she returned to her room to check the time, she realized that she had been tricked by He Qingjian. If she had to wait 2 years before she could get her lawyer's license, then she wouldn't be able to appear in court as a lawyer for the next 2 years. At most, she would be an intern in a law firm. But how could she make a name for herself in such a short time? At that time, he was so angry that in a fit of anger, he packed his simple luggage and planned to leave the He family that very night. She thought about how not only had she been bullied by her own mother, but she had also been bullied by He Qingjian. Why? She hadn't expected He Ji-chu to immediately understand why she wanted to leave in the middle of the night and immediately grant her wish. Gu Nianji beamed. "Professor He, I knew you were the best." He Ji-chu looked at her with a half-hearted smile. "I'm no longer a professor. Young Master He is the best." Gu Nianji smiled so widely that her eyes curved. Although He Ji-chu wasn't satisfied with this title, it was much better than the distant Professor He. He carried his luggage upstairs and said, "You can stay for the night first. I'll get someone to get you all kinds of documents. You can leave as soon as tomorrow afternoon, okay?" Gu Nianji had been most worried that He Ji-chu would stop her. Now that he had let her go, her uneasy heart was immediately relieved. She followed He Ji-chu back to her room on the 3rd floor with a smile on her face. He Ji-chu put her suitcase back. "It's late. Have a good rest." "Young Master He, you're not angry with me, are you?" Gu Nianji moved closer to him and observed his expression. "So what if I'm angry? Will you stay?" He Ji-chu looked at her calmly and stroked her high ponytail. Gu Nianji shook her head with a smile and said sincerely, "Young Master He, I'm planning to leave your He family. I'm not deliberately retreating in order to advance, nor am I acting on a whim. I really want to live on my own." After a pause, Gu Nianji's voice lowered. It was no longer noisy and crisp. Instead, it was a little more coarse. "Actually, Wen Shuyi is right. I've always lived under your protection. There's Major General Huo over there, and you here. I'm grateful to you, but your status is too high. To me, standing too high always makes me feel unrealistic and illusory. Young Master He, let me have my feet on the ground for once and experience the life of an ordinary person." My heart is in a mess. I want to leave you guys and calm down. I'm not afraid to tell you that ever since I found out that Mrs. Chin was my biological mother, I wish that I was a real orphan. With a mother like this, it's really better not to have one. Gu Nianji honestly expressed her feelings. I can't even be an orphan now. She smiled bitterly. I really don't want to see her, so let me go. If I stay here, I'll make things difficult for you and Uncle He. Why? There were some things that she might not even be able to say to Hua Xiaoheng, such as how she felt about her biological mother, but to He Zhichu, she said it very naturally. He Zhichu looked at her emotionally. Nianji, I'm very happy that you told me this. He opened his arms and hugged Gu Nianji. Don't feel burdened. I definitely won't like someone you don't like. Even if she saved my life. Gu Nianji was extremely surprised. Mrs. Chin really knows medicine. He Zhichu was amused by her expression and scratched her delicate nose. Mrs. Chin is indeed a genius in medicine. He thought about it for a moment and told Gu Nianji. Your father, Gu Xiangwen, is an absolute genius. Even he is full of praise for Mrs. Chin's medical attainments. Your father developed a good impression of Mrs. Chin because of the academic exchange. He Zhichu implicitly mentioned the relationship between Gu Xiangwen and Qin Yaoguang to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji remembered that Qin Yaoguang had personally said that she had never been married and had never loved anyone else. She only loved He Qingjian, and her heart felt even more stifled. She pursed her lips and said disdainfully, then my father really doesn't have good taste. He Zhichu patted her shoulder. Alright, your father does have average taste in women, but as a scientific genius, it's already a miracle that he has such a relationship. This kind of person should have been married to his lab for the rest of his life. He didn't want to talk about Gu Xiangwen anymore, so he changed the topic. Sleep early. I'm leaving tomorrow. What gift do you want? Gu Nianji recalled that He Qingjian had once said that her father was involved in a murder case, and that He Zhichu's attitude was a little strange when he mentioned Gu Xiangwen. She tugged at the corner of He Zhichu's shirt. Young Master He, why do you always hesitate to say something to my father? Do you dislike him so much? Is it because he's involved in a murder case? Young Master He, you don't have to avoid it. Tell me about it. Gu Nianji looked at He Zhichu pitifully. He Zhichu was speechless. He knew he couldn't hide it for long, but he couldn't bear to tell Gu Nianji the truth. He didn't know what to say. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat when she saw He Zhichu hesitate. She was worried that her father, Gu Xiangwen, was the same as Qin Yaoguang. Neither of them treated her as their own daughter, so she didn't want to hear it anymore. She stammered, I'm sleepy, young Master He. See you tomorrow. Without waiting for He Zhichu to speak, she had already pushed him out of the room. The door closed in front of He Zhichu's eyes, and He Zhichu heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Nianji was really understanding, He Zhichu thought. Knowing that it was difficult for him to speak, he didn't ask anymore. Gu Nianji slept very soundly that night. When she woke up in the morning, it was almost noon. She stretched and sat up from the bed. Looking at the low-key and luxurious bedroom, she smiled and let out a long sigh. She got up to wash up and change her clothes. She tidied up her suitcase and was about to stand up when she heard someone knock on the door. Gu Nianji turned on the video call and saw He Zhichu standing outside the door with a translucent file bag in his hand. She quickly opened the door and said with a smile, Young Master He is so efficient. Is this my ID? He Zhichu handed over the translucent file bag and said, Your ID, passport, education certificate, degree certificate, graduation certificate, and lawyer's ID are all inside. It's exactly the same as your situation over there. It's not fake, is it? Gu Nianji deliberately expressed her worry. Of course not. The ID is all real. Of course, the experience is fake. He Ji-chu knew her little trick. It's the same as your ID over there. Gu Nianji opened the file bag and took out the things inside to check them one by one. As expected, even the ID number was exactly the same as the one over there. She kissed her ID and smiled. Young master, he is indeed amazing. The key is that even Major General Huo might not be able to do it so quickly. It would take at least a month to complete the entire set of things over there. However, He Ji-chu had done it in just one morning. He Ji-chu smiled. Our side is different from the other side. The technology is more advanced, and all the systems are connected to the internet. It's very easy to add or change them. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and drawled sweetly, really? That's great. I like such a technologically advanced network system. He Ji-chu saw that she had taken out her ID and didn't look inside the file bag anymore. He coughed. There's something else inside. Gu Nianji replied with an "oh" and reached out to take out a black card and an ordinary Huaxia bank card. He Ji-chu's ears turned red, but he still said very calmly, "You have to use money to live alone when you go out. The black card has no limit. There's 100,000 yuan in the Huaxia bank card. You can use it first." Gu Nianji was speechless. If she had so much money in her hands, what was the point of her going out? Besides, this black card was like a locator. As long as she used it, no matter where she was or what she bought, He Ji-chu would know it clearly. Gu Nianji stuffed the black card back into He Ji-chu's hand and frowned. There's no need for the black card. Why don't you give me some cash? He Ji-chu raised his eyebrows. Cash? How do you use it? I'm telling you, we don't have any cash in circulation here. All purchases are made in virtual payments. Gu Nianji was speechless. He stared at Gu Nianji for a while until she turned her head away in embarrassment. He Ji-chu finally reached out to her. Give me your phone. Gu Nianji placed the phone in He Ji-chu's hand. He Ji-chu looked at it and saw that she had already deleted his locator program. He didn't make it clear and directly called her. He added an unlimited data plan and also opened online banking for her Huaxia bank card. After installing the online payment system, he said, "Okay, I know you think the black card has too much money. There's only 100,000 yuan in this Huaxia bank card. Take it to rent a house and it should be enough for your living expenses for half a year. That should be enough for you to find a job, right?" Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly and felt that He Ji-chu was so thoughtful. She quickly said, "That's enough, that's enough. When I save enough money, I'll buy you a big gift." He Ji-chu wasn't short of money, but if Gu Nianji thought about buying him a gift after earning money, he would still be very happy. Even Hu Xiaoheng hadn't enjoyed this kind of treatment, right? He Ji-chu was happy and went back to his room to find the book Quantum Physics for Serious. He gave it to her and said, "This was a birthday gift from your father on your 6th birthday." Gu Nianji was speechless. He was really her biological father. He knew she was terrible at physics, but he still used this kind of book to hurt her. After lunch, Gu Nianji pulled her suitcase and put on her sunglasses. She waved happily at He Ji-chu and left the He family's front door. He Ji-chu stood on the balcony on the 2nd floor and watched Gu Nianji drag her suitcase as she walked away. He suddenly felt like an empty nest old man. The child had grown up and her wings had hardened. Look how fast she flew. He Ji-chu, the empty nest old man, watched Gu Nianji get into a car at the door reluctantly. He Qingjian walked over and stood beside him. He whispered, "If Nianji had grown up on our side, she would be at the age to go to university. Yes, just treat it as making up for our shortcomings." He Ji-chu crossed his arms. "Dad, I haven't been to the military in a long time. I'll be busy soon. You should rest more. Don't tire yourself out." I know. I'll take good care of myself, He Qingjian said with a smile. With you sharing my worries, my illness will recover faster. He Zhichu turned to look at He Qingjian. Seeing that his complexion was indeed much better than yesterday, he nodded slightly. Then I'll go to the military. He then asked, what about Qin Jining? Has the order been given? Yes, Qin Jining is driving that car. He will settle down with Nianji first, then go from public to private. In the future, he will walk around as a cousin, as a relative. He Qingjian had made very detailed arrangements. He Zhichu was also at ease with Qin Jining. Thank you for your hard work, cousin. I'll treat him to dinner when we settle down. Gu Nianji got into Qin Jining's car and sat in the front passenger seat. Qin Jining was going to be Gu Nianji's bodyguard now. Although he didn't like her very much, he wasn't that dissatisfied anymore. He asked calmly, where are you going? Gu Nianji waved her phone at him. To the airport. The airport? Qin Jining was stunned. Aren't you going to rent a house and find a job? Why are you going to the airport? I'm going to rent a house and find a job. Gu Nianji raised her chin. But I'm not going to rent a house and find a job in the imperial capital. The He family was too powerful in the imperial capital, and this place was too close to Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji didn't want to breathe in the same haze as her. Then where are you going? Qin Jining was speechless for a long time. He turned the steering wheel and got on the road to the airport highway. Gu Nianji took out her phone and started to book plane tickets. There were a lot of flights from the imperial capital to Sea City. They took half an hour. Gu Nianji asked Qin Jining for his ID number and quickly booked 2 plane tickets. She winked at him and said slyly, let's go to Sea City. This was today's big chapter, chapter 1492, this is really your biological father. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. I'm still wondering if I should add updates at 8 p.m. PS. Thank you to Heaven, Tang Tang, Sheet, Irma, and Xan Yanghua for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Thank you to Yunhua Yuaqing and Lavender Mimi for each tipping 20,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Was there an event yesterday? So many gifts from my relatives moi. Chapter 1504. Gu Nianji had lived in Sea City for 5 years. She was more familiar with all aspects of Sea City than the imperial capital. She just didn't know how different Sea City was from the other side. When they arrived at the airport, He Zhichu and He Qingjian each received a text from Qin Jining saying that he and Gu Nianji were about to board the plane to Sea City. He Zhichu didn't say anything and replied with a text, protect her well. He Qingjian's reply was even shorter. There were only 3 words, got it. Qin Jining bent over and sat beside Gu Nianji. He secretly looked at his phone to see if there were any instructions from his superiors. When he saw the text messages from the 2 of them, he was a little speechless. He put his phone away and turned around to see that Gu Nianji had already stood up in high spirits. He said, it's time to board the plane. Her suitcase had already been checked in, and she was carrying an orange Hermes platinum bag on her arm. Qin Jining looked up at her and stood up to say deliberately, this kind of bag looks better on a mature woman. You, right? You're a little lacking. Mature woman. Gu Nianji was deep in thought. You mean older women, right? Qin Jining nodded. You could say that. Like when she. Gu Nianji tilted her head and smiled slyly. Qin Jining was annoyed. He turned his head and ignored her. He walked to the boarding gate alone. Gu Nianji followed beside him and smiled. Don't just be angry. I bought you a plane ticket. Remember to pay me back. Qin Jining stopped in his tracks and said coldly, your phone number. Gu Nianji gave him a string of numbers. Qin Jining entered his phone and transferred the money for the plane ticket to her. We don't owe each other anything now. Yes, yes, yes. Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly and smiled. That's great. It doesn't hurt money if we don't talk about feelings. Qin Jining didn't say much along the way. Fortunately, it was only 2 or 3 hours from the imperial capital to Sea City. Gu Nianji took a nap. When she woke up, the plane was already about to land. Qin Jining stood up and took his backpack down. He asked, "Do you have a place to stay here?" Gu Nianji thought about it. Let's find a hotel first, then rent a place. She had lived in Sea City before, and the West District was where the government's main departments were located. The residential areas there were especially expensive, but the facilities were very good. Also, the military base was in the West District, and Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng lived there. The northern part of the city was where the rich lived. Most of them were bosses of listed companies and business families. Sea City's financial and high-tech industries were very developed. The Dongqing district was a business district with many skyscrapers. Several of Huaxia's most famous internet companies were located there. The people living in Nanqing district were all ordinary working-class people. The population density here was the highest. Although the houses were also high-rise buildings, they were densely packed together. Each building was erected in a narrow space like a matchbox. The houses were very close to each other. Pushing open the window, he could almost clearly see the people in the opposite building. When Gu Nianji was attending university in Sea City, she had followed her classmates to Nan City to do social research and legal services. Her plan was to rent a small apartment in Nanqing and stay there for the time being. There were many people here, and all kinds of signals were mixed up. When she entered Nanqing, it was like a small raindrop falling into the sea. It wasn't that easy to track her or follow her. As long as she sent Qin Jining away, she could enjoy her time alone. Gu Nianji opened the app on her phone and deliberately found a hotel in Bay City. She said, "I've booked 2 rooms. How long are you staying here?" Qin Jining said nonchalantly, "When you settle down, I can go back and report back." It's that simple. Gu Nianji looked at him suspiciously. "Aren't you going to go underground to protect me from the shadows?" Qin Jining. "How did you know?" Qin Jining felt more and more that Gu Nianji wasn't simple. "Did young master he tell you?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and smiled. "Yes, young master he told me." Actually, she had deduced it from Hua Xiaoheng and the others' working conditions. Gu Nianji had already realized that although there were no special operations forces here, Qin Jining's work was similar to that of the special operations forces. Qin Jining narrowed his eyes. "Really? You're not lying to me, are you?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji put away her phone and changed the topic with a serious expression. "By the way, help me ask young master he if he can give me a driver's license so I don't have to take the test again." Gu Nianji's heart ached when she thought of the car she had left there. She didn't want to talk to Qin Jining anymore. The two of them got off the plane, rented a car at the airport, and drove to the hotel Gu Nianji had booked. Gu Nianji, who had been chatty and talkative, suddenly stopped talking. Qin Jining wasn't used to it. He glanced at Gu Nianji from time to time, but after trying several times, Gu Nianji pretended to be deaf and dumb and refused to speak, so he stopped asking. Qin Jining was stunned as he drove the car to the hotel in Bay City in silence. "You booked a 5-star Hilton hotel?" "Yes, what's wrong?" Gu Nianji pushed open the car door with a dark expression. "It's only 5,000 a night. Do you think it's too low?" She had booked a cheaper standard room. If it was a presidential suite or something, the 100,000 yuan he Jichu had given her would only be enough for a few nights. Qin Jining trembled. 5,000 a night. "Can I check out?" "I can't." Gu Nianji turned to look at him and laughed. Look at how useless you are. I'll pay for your room today, but tomorrow, you should go back and get me a driver's license. Qin Jining immediately nodded. I can go back now. 5,000 a night. She would get pregnant if she slept there. Gu Nianji snickered. Although this was exactly what she wanted, she still pretended to be troubled. After thinking about it for a long time, she said, Fine then. You go back first. When you come back tomorrow, bring me my driver's license. With that, she dragged her suitcase into the hotel. Qin Jining felt as if he had been pardoned. He drove back to the airport. Qin Jining wasn't particularly worried about Gu Nianji's safety, because he was in the open now. If he left, there would be colleagues who would secretly protect her. On the way, he used his phone to buy a plane ticket. After arriving at the airport, he returned the car and boarded the plane back to the capital. After getting rid of Qin Jining, Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She first checked out of the room she had booked for Qin Jining at the front desk. She only wanted a standard room. After all, it was a 5-star hotel, so it was fine to check out at the last minute. Gu Nianji took the key card and went upstairs. She asked for the place to eat and took a short rest. It was time for dinner. Just as she was about to go down and find a place to eat, He Jichu called. Nianji, have you checked in already? He Jichu sat in his office and called Gu Nianji with his Bluetooth headset on. Gu Nianji smoothed her hair in the mirror and walked out with her phone in her hand. I just checked in. Brother Little Ning has already returned to the capital. Young Master He, can you help me get a driver's license for him to bring over? He Jichu knew that Gu Nianji had a driver's license there, so he nodded and agreed. When little Qin comes back, I'll ask him to bring it over for you. Gu Nianji smiled and thanked him. Is there anything else, young Master He? I'm going to have dinner. He Jichu quickly said, hurry up and go eat. Don't starve yourself. Thinking of Gu Nianji's culinary skills, He Jichu reminded her again, after you rent a house, remember to find a part-time helper who knows how to cook. Don't always order takeout. Got it. Gu Nianji made a face at her phone. I won't eat red wine like a meal every day. She was teasing He Jichu that he often drank red wine like a meal over there. He Jichu. You're getting naughtier and naughtier. He Jichu curled his lips, and his sparkling almond-shaped eyes rippled with an intoxicating smile. Gu Nianji walked into the elevator as she called. Thinking that the restaurant where she was eating was on the 4th floor, she glanced around and saw the word 4. She casually pressed the floor. In the end, the elevator slid all the way down to the 4th floor underground before stopping. The elevator door opened, and Gu Nianji saw a very elegant and fashionable corridor. A few well-dressed people walked past her, and the pleasant sound of a piano came from the private room. It sounded very classy. This was a restaurant. Gu Nianji walked out of the elevator and looked for signs everywhere. After looking for a long time, she finally realized that this was the 4th floor underground. There was a dash in front of the 4 she had pressed, but she hadn't noticed it. However, from the looks of it, it seemed to be a place to eat, and it was very stylish. Gu Nianji was curious and decided to find a place to eat here. She looked at the private rooms one by one. Some of the private rooms were closed, while others had their doors ajar. There weren't many people inside, and they were in groups of 3 or 5, sipping wine. There were also many people, and it seemed like they were having a party. However, it wasn't noisy, and everyone seemed very polite. Gu Nianji was almost at the end of the corridor, but she didn't see a place like a restaurant to order food. She was a little disappointed and was about to return to the restaurant on the 4th floor upstairs. There must be a place to order food there. At that moment, the door of a private room was suddenly pushed open. A drunk man came out from inside. He held the door and panted for a while, as if he was about to vomit. Gu Nianji quickly moved away, not seeming to be affected by the smell of alcohol. The man looked up, and in his drunken haze, he saw a girl with a ponytail walk past in front of him. He couldn't see her face, but her fair side profile flashed past his eyes, and it was extremely seductive. His gaze followed her, and he saw her back. Under a simple white t-shirt, her slender waist could not be grasped, and a pair of long legs covered in blue jeans. They were so straight that it made one's imagination run wild. If such a pair of legs wrapped around his waist, damn, he was actually going to get hard. He wiped his mouth and chased after her. "Miss, are you coming to the stage?" Gu Nianji turned around and inexplicably saw a drunk young man walking over. He leaned against the wall and struck what he thought was his most handsome pose, grinning. "What stage?" Gu Nianji pointed in the direction of the elevator. "Are you looking for the front desk? Go up from here to the lobby on the first floor. The front desk is there." Although the man was drunk, he wasn't drunk to the point of losing consciousness. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's words, and then looked at her attire and temperament, he knew he had the wrong person. This girl wasn't a prostitute here, he chuckled and didn't want to retreat. He leaned over and sniffed. "What perfume are you using? Why does it smell so good?" As he spoke, he wanted to block her against the wall. Gu Nianji finally understood that she had met a hooligan with bad intentions. In a rage, she suddenly reached out and grabbed the man's wrist, twisted it, and pinned it behind him. She dragged him to a place in the corridor where the surveillance cameras couldn't see and kicked him in the knee. The man couldn't stand steadily and knelt down. Gu Nianji grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall. "Open your F***king eyes and take a look. How dare you provoke anyone? Are you blind?" Gu Nianji was so angry that she punched and kicked the man. Gu Nianji, who had grown up with Hu Shaoheng in the army, had been trained. She was more than enough to deal with this kind of pervert. Besides, the man was already drunk, and Gu Nianji had pinched the numb tendon on his arm. His head had been hit so hard that he was seeing stars. He was in so much pain that he started wailing like a ghost. The doors of the private rooms were pushed open one after another. Gu Nianji saw that she had alarmed someone and immediately ran towards the elevator. However, she heard the alarm in the corridor ring, and there were already guards standing in front of the elevator door. She cursed her bad luck. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it and be scolded by He Qingjian. She didn't want Qin Yaoguang and Wen Shuyi to know that she had caused trouble. As soon as she left the He family, in a moment of desperation, the door of a private room opposite suddenly opened. "Come in." A female voice rang out and dragged her in. Gu Nianji entered the private room and was about to thank her when she suddenly saw the girl's face. She blurted out as if she had seen a ghost, "Bai Shuang. Why are you here?" The girl, who was wearing a white shirt and black pants and holding a bottle of red wine in her hand, looked at her curiously. "How do you know my name?" "I don't know you." This is today's second update, Chapter 1493, Are You Blind? A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. P.S. Here's the update for Lavender Mimi's promotion to the leader of the Alliance last November. I wrote until 2:00 in the morning, and it was too late to catch the bugs. Mwah. Chapter 1505. Gu Nianji clenched her fists reflexively. She was very annoyed at herself for speaking out of turn. This was a parallel universe that corresponded to the other world. What was so strange about seeing people who looked exactly the same? She was still too inexperienced. Gu Nianji's mind raced, and a reason came out naturally. "Someone knows you and showed me your photo." "Who? Is it someone I know?" Bai Shuang looked at her suspiciously, not really believing her. Gu Nianji opened the door of the private room a crack and looked out. She put her finger to her lips and shushed her to stop her from talking. Bai Shuang frowned at her and said, "Don't go out. You just hit someone and got into trouble. That person's family is quite powerful." Gu Nianji smiled and waved her hand. "It's okay. That person won't say that I hit him." "Why not? Do you think he's that kind?" Bai Shuang pursed her lips. "That person is the most lecherous, and his family is rich. None of the sisters in the hotel dare to offend him. I wonder how much he has taken advantage of them." Gu Nianji opened the door of the private room a little more and said, "Listen for yourself." Bai Shuang leaned over. The man was helped over by two people. He was talking to the police who had come to investigate and collect evidence. He spat, "Officer, you must catch him and avenge me. That person is a brawny man who is 1.9 meters tall. He weighs about 250 kilograms. His arms are as thick as my thighs, and his fists are shockingly big. I resisted with all my might, so he pushed me to the ground." Bai Shuang, she quickly glanced at Gu Nianji. The girl was tall and slender, with curves in all the right places. Her appearance was even more delicate and intelligent. How was that a brawny man who was 1.9 meters tall? Had the man outside been beaten silly by this girl? Was he talking nonsense? Gu Nianji saw her doubt and closed the door of the private room tightly with satisfaction. She smiled and said, "This kind of B***tch bullies the weak and fears the strong. He also wants to save face. He won't give me up. Think about it. If his friends find out that he was beaten black and blue by a young girl, how will he be able to show his face in the future? Where's his shame? So the person who beat him up must be a brawny man who is 1.9 meters tall." Gu Nianji puffed out her chest. "A brawny man who's 1.9 meters tall is here. Miss, do you have any objections?" Bai Shuang giggled at her teasing and pinched Gu Nianji's face. "Your little mouth sure knows how to talk. You're also so smart." Gu Nianji also touched Bai Shuang's face and said with a smile, "You flatter me." She quickly glanced at the private room and saw that there were 8 large screens as tall as a person facing the door. They blocked the view of the people entering the room and she could not see who was inside. There was a wine table beside him with all kinds of red wine on it. It looked expensive. The lady in the hotel uniform should be the lady selling red wine. Gu Nianji had a strange expression on her face. She didn't expect that Bai Shuang was actually a bar girl in the hotel. On the other side, although Bai Shuang was implicated by her father and didn't end up well, before that, Bai Shuang was the spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It was like heaven and earth. Bai Shuang noticed that Gu Nianji was looking at her strangely and asked her in confusion, "Who showed you my photo? Maybe I know him." Gu Nianji sighed inwardly and casually said, "You know him. It's Brother Zhe." "Little Zhe?" Bai Shuang's expression became strange. "What's his full name?" "Zhao Liangze. His name is Zhao Liangze. I call him Brother Zhe." Gu Nianji randomly made up a story. At that moment, she keenly noticed that there seemed to be someone talking on the other side of the screen in the private room, but it had now quieted down. Her gaze fell on Bai Shuang and saw that her fair and pretty face had actually turned red. Gu Nianji was secretly surprised and couldn't figure out why she was blushing. At that moment, Bai Shuang leaned over and whispered in her ear, "This Zhao Liangze you're talking about, this Brother Zhe, who is he to you?" Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and didn't understand what was going on. But when she saw Bai Shuang's expectant face and thought about how Bai Shuang had died tragically in Zhao Liangze's arms in the other world, the two of them hadn't been able to grow old together after all. Her heart suddenly felt sympathetic. She held Bai Shuang's hand and said word by word, "Brother Zhe is my cousin. He likes you very much. No, he loves you deeply. He will only love you in this life. Ha! Bai Shuang never expected this girl to say such a thing. She was stunned. Mr. Zhao is your cousin. Mr. Zhao. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat, and she faintly had a bad feeling. She heard a man in the private room behind the screen chuckle softly. His voice was deep, and he seemed to be very stylish. He seemed to pat someone twice and said, "Little Zay, your cousin is here." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. It couldn't be such a coincidence, could it? She closed her eyes and held the handle of the private room door with her hand. A tall and handsome man walked out from the other side of the screen. He was wearing a smoky gray casual suit with the front open, revealing a black t-shirt inside. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and his dark hair was smeared with hair wax, so there wasn't a single strand of hair out of place. He looked like a gold-collar upstart in the city. His appearance overlapped seamlessly with the Zhao Liangzi she was once familiar with. He had a crew cut and wore a military uniform all year round. It was exactly Zhao Liangzi's appearance. Gu Nianji was shocked. "Brother Zay." She couldn't help but greet him with a trace of joy in her heart. Did Hua Xiao send him? Zhao Liangzi looked at Gu Nianji, and a teasing smile appeared on his face. "Little cousin. Long time no see." He raised his hand to hold Gu Nianji's arm, opened the door with one hand, and dragged her out of the private room. Gu Nianji's heart pounded, and she desperately hoped that this person was Zhao Liangzi. But looking at the strength of this person's grip on her arm, Gu Nianji regretfully discovered that she was overthinking. This Zhao Liangzi wasn't Brother Zay from the Special Operations Forces. Zhao Liangzi had accompanied his boss, President Liu, to discuss business today. He hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, not only would he have a little cousin, but he would also have a lover who loved you deeply. He had wanted to scold the person who had started the rumor and expose her trick in public. But when he came out, he saw that the person who had started the rumor was actually a beautiful little girl. Moreover, when the little girl saw him, her eyes actually lit up, as if she was really familiar with him. Zhao Liangzi couldn't help but mutter to himself, did he really have such a beautiful little cousin? Why didn't he have any impression of her? He pulled Gu Nianji to the corridor outside the private room. The crowd that had gathered there earlier had already dispersed. The young man who had been beaten black and blue by Gu Nianji walked past them and staggered a few times, but he didn't identify Gu Nianji. He followed his friend into the elevator and went upstairs. He was probably going to see a doctor. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Liangzi had been watching Gu Nianji intently. He had heard everything she had said to the bar girl at the door. He and President Liu were right in front of the screen, so they had heard everything clearly. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it. He only felt that this girl was very interested in the matter of the assailant. Both he and President Liu held back their laughter. In the end, he heard his own name. Not only did he hear his own name, but he also heard his cousin say that he loved her deeply. He had no choice but to come out. In the end, he was pushed out by President Liu. The lights in the corridor weren't very bright. Zhao Liangzi crossed his arms and looked at Gu Nianji's bewildered expression. The smile on his face grew wider and wider. "Little girl, are you new here? Are you also a bar girl here?" Gu Nianji, Zhao Liangzi often came to the bar here to drink and discuss business, so he was very familiar with the waiters who served them. However, he had never seen Gu Nianji before, so he thought that she was new here. "This incident has taught you to be honest and not to lie. Look, how embarrassing it is to be exposed in front of others when you lie." Zhao Liangzi patted Gu Nianji's head calmly. "Go back and explain it to Miss Bai. Tell her that you're talking nonsense and that I don't love her deeply. You're joking too much. If my girlfriend hears you, she'll never let you off." Gu Nianji was instantly very disappointed. You have a girlfriend. Zhao Liangze actually didn't have a girlfriend, but he didn't want to tell this girl. What did it have to do with her whether he had a girlfriend or not? How could he be justified in spreading rumors? Yes. He became cold. That's all I have to say. If you don't say it, I'll say it myself. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and was about to cry. Under the dim light, her big, bright eyes were on the verge of tears. Zhao Liangze couldn't help but soften his heart. Don't cry. Zhao Liangze's tone softened. I just told you not to lie. I didn't mean anything else. Gu Nianji continued to look at him, her lips pursed even more. Zhao Liangze couldn't take it anymore. He waved his hand and frowned. Forget it, forget it. We don't know each other well anyway. Just pretend I didn't hear it. Don't say that in the future. He turned and walked into the private room, gently closing the door. Bai Shuang held a red wine glass and stood by the door absent-mindedly. When she saw Zhao Liangze come in, she stole a glance at him. When she saw him look over, she quickly looked away and pretended as if nothing had happened. She wiped the wine glass with a soft white cloth. Zhao Liangze pursed his lips and said politely, Miss Bai, please don't take offense. That lady was just joking. I've already told her. He paused and said, she's not my cousin. The blush on Bai Shuang's face gradually dissipated. She whispered, I know, Mr. Zhao. She was joking with me. Zhao Liangze nodded and lowered her head. The curve of her neck was incomparably beautiful, and her ears were still flushed. His heart skipped a beat. He smiled and said, give us a few more bottles of red wine. He asked her again, what's your commission? The waitresses all took a certain percentage of their earnings. Bai Shuang composed herself and said, I'll take 15% for the more expensive wine, and only 5% for the cheaper ones. She had only sold a few bottles of medium-priced red wine today, and her commission was less than 10%. She still had to pay the boss, so she didn't get much. The key was that she hadn't earned much money in total this month. Zhao Liangze smiled and said, just give us a few bottles of your 15% commission red wine. President Liu is paying the bill anyway. He winked at her and went in with a smile. Bai Shuang was stunned. She couldn't believe that she had such good luck. She quickly took a few bottles of the most expensive red wine on hand and went in. Zhao Liangze was sitting next to a tall middle-aged man and talking to him. Bai Shuang recognized this person as Zhao Liangze's boss, Lu Yuan. Mr. Zhao, President Liu, these are the wines you ordered. Bai Shuang carefully placed 2 bottles of red wine on the coffee table in front of the two of them and looked at them anxiously. This was almost like forcing them to buy and sell. Bai Shuang was very embarrassed. But this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket for them, right? But to her, it was very important. It was the rent she had to pay, the food she had to buy, and her mother's medical expenses. Bai Shuang tried her best to restrain her shame. Zhao Liangze and President Liu didn't care about these 2 bottles of wine. They let Bai Shuang open it and take a sip. Then, they asked someone to leave it in the bar and drink it later. Even if both bottles of wine were sold, Bai Shuang could get a commission of 4,000 yuan from these 2 bottles of wine alone. She breathed a sigh of relief. After paying 1,000 yuan, she could save the remaining 3,000 yuan. After Zhao Liangze and President Liu finished talking, they shook hands with their partners and agreed to sign the contract tomorrow. President Liu, you guys continue playing. We'll be leaving first. They stood up. We're paying the bill today. Everyone, have fun. President Liu and Zhao Liangze walked out of the private room one after another. Bai Shuang also followed them out. Zhao Liangze turned around and was a little surprised to see her. Aren't you going to continue selling red wine? The people inside will probably buy more. They can drink more than us. Bai Shuang shook her head uncomfortably and said in a low voice. They're going to play dirty next. I won't sit on the stage or appear on stage. They won't buy my wine. She sold less than others because she didn't want to sit on the stage or appear on stage. She graduated from a proper university and had her own clerical job during the day. Only at night did she use her rest time to sell red wine to earn some extra money to improve her family's life. If her mother hadn't suddenly fallen ill, Bai Shuang wouldn't have had to come here to sell red wine part-time. However, selling red wine was already her bottom line. She wouldn't sell herself. Zhao Liangzi replied with an "oh" and glanced at Bai Shuang again. For some reason, he said, "It's very late. Are you hungry? I'll treat you to supper." Bai Shuang shook her head. "I'm not hungry." "Then where do you live? I'll send you back." Zhao Liangzi refused to give up. President Liu, who was walking in front of him, looked back at him and smiled. "Little Zay, I'll be leaving first. See you tomorrow." Zhao Liangzi chuckled and waved his hand. "See you tomorrow, President Liu." Bai Shuang's face turned even redder. "No need, I've already called a taxi." Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Zhao Liangzi handed her his business card. "Then I'll be leaving." After Gu Nianji came up from the 4th floor, she didn't rush back to her room. Instead, she went to the restaurant to eat. She ordered a bowl of rice mixed in a stone pot and ate it with a plate of sour and spicy shredded radish. After taking 2 bites, she saw Bai Shuang walking over. She also ordered a bowl of rice mixed in a stone pot and took it away. Gu Nianji smiled and waved at Bai Shuang. "Miss Bai, over here." Bai Shuang turned her head and saw Gu Nianji. She came over with a food box. "You're here. I didn't see you just now. I thought I'd never see you again." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "How could that be? We're fated to meet." Bai Shuang smiled and said, "Mr. Zhao said you're not his cousin." Gu Nianji bit her chopsticks in embarrassment and her eyes drifted. "I was just joking. Miss Bai, don't take it to heart." She gestured for Bai Shuang to sit down. "You also bought rice mixed in a stone pot. Come, let's eat together." Bai Shuang shook her head. "This is for my mother. My mother loves to eat this, but we haven't had such delicious food in a long time." The Hilton Hotel restaurant's stone pot rice was twice as expensive as other places, but Bai Shuang's mother loved it. Bai Shuang had earned some money today and decided to buy a bowl for her mother to enjoy. Gu Nianji looked at the stone pot rice in front of her and shrank her neck. She had just complained that it wasn't delicious and wanted to throw away half of it. The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Bai Shuang asked for Gu Nianji's name, and the two exchanged phone numbers before leaving. Gu Nianji finished dinner and came out of the restaurant. She saw that Zhao Liangzi had also come over. "Ha! Little cousin, you came to eat alone." Zhao Liangzi looked at her carefully and suddenly realized that she was definitely not a bar girl. Just the money on her wrist was enough for someone like Bai Shuang to buy 100 years' worth of red wine. She was also wearing a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. They looked ordinary, but they were all luxury brands. Gu Nianji saw that Zhao Liangzi also had a girlfriend and didn't like him very much. She said calmly, "Who are you? Do I know you? Don't try to get close to me. Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend won't be happy and won't let you off?" This is today's big chapter of 4,500 words, chapter 1494, We're fated to meet. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. I only slept for 4 hours yesterday, so I have to go to bed early today. It's almost midnight. Mwah. Chapter 1506. Zhao Liangze rubbed his nose. He thought that this little girl was too eloquent. Didn't he just say that she was lying to his face? Could it be that he was wrong? But of course, it seemed like he was lying too. He told her that he had a girlfriend, so she was unhappy and kept nagging about it. Could it be that this little girl actually had a crush on him? Was that why she was dissatisfied with the fact that he had a girlfriend? Zhao Liangze studied Gu Nianji. He couldn't remember when he had seen her before. She was so beautiful. If he had seen her before, even if it was just a glance in the crowd, he would definitely have an impression of her. Zhao Liangze thought about it and sat down in front of Gu Nianji. He smiled and asked, "What's your name? Have I seen you before?" Gu Nianji looked up at him, then calmly looked away. "I haven't seen you before. I mistook you for someone else." "You mistook me for someone else? But you know my name is Zhao Liangze." Zhao Liangze rubbed his chin and looked at her thoughtfully. "Don't tell me you know someone who not only looks like me but also has the same name as me." After saying that, he laughed. "This is too unbelievable. So, little girl, I'll say it again, don't lie. You're so young, and you're so beautiful. What's wrong with learning to lie?" Gu Nianji was so angry she wanted to scratch Zhao Liangze with her claws. At this moment, she began to understand He Zhichu's feelings on their side. He knew everything, but he couldn't say anything. It wasn't that he couldn't say it. It was just that no one would believe him if he said it, so he might as well not say it. This was truly aggrieving. Gu Nianji also understood why the higher-ups on this side insisted on removing the memories of the middle and lower-level soldiers who had gone to the other world to carry out missions. This was because ordinary people did not know that there was a parallel universe outside of this universe. Gu Nianji took a deep breath. Her big eyes darted around slightly, and she quietly changed the subject. "Did you know Bai Shuang before?" Zhao Liangze remembered the hostess and said with a smile, "Not bad, I guess we know each other. We often go there to discuss business, and sometimes she comes to our booth to sell red wine." Gu Nianji nodded and said casually, "What about your girlfriend? Is his surname also Bai?" She suspected that Zhao Liangze's girlfriend in this world was Bai Yueran. If it was true, then it would be interesting. Unexpectedly, Zhao Liangze stood up with a smile and said, "If you're so concerned about whether I have a girlfriend or not, I'll suspect that you have a crush on me." Gu Nianji almost spat out the stone pot rice she had just eaten. She hurriedly said, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. When did I have a crush on you? You're already so old, and I'm only 19. I can have a crush on anyone but you." Zhao Liangze was speechless. Although he didn't have any special feelings for Gu Nianji, he was still upset that a beautiful girl called him old. Zhao Liangze said unhappily, "I'm only 27 years old. Why am I so old? Besides, I don't have a girlfriend. Don't add scenes for me. 27 years old and you still don't have a girlfriend." Gu Nianji looked him up and down. "Is there something wrong with you? You're the one with a problem." Zhao Liangze was furious. "I don't have a girlfriend because I have high standards. You're really unreasonable." He was so angry that he turned around and left. After leaving the hotel, she remembered that she had gone in to buy supper for President Liu. Fine, he had actually forgotten what he was going to do because of a few words from the little girl. This was the first time for Zhao Liangze. He shook his head with a bitter smile, turned around, and walked back. Gu Nianji had just finished eating and paid the bill when she came out of the restaurant. She bumped into Zhao Liangze again. She couldn't help laughing. "Mr. Zhao, we're really fated." Zhao Liangze was originally very angry, but when he saw this infuriating little girl smile at him, it was like the first bud of a rare flower, like a dewy begonia. It was simply able to sweep away all the accumulated anger and discomfort in his heart. His mood improved, and he reached out his hand to her. Alright, we didn't get to know each other until we fought. Come, let me reintroduce myself. I'm Zhao Liangze, the technical director of the Lu Corporation. Mr. Zhao is so amazing. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She reached out and shook Zhao Liangze's hand. What kind of technical director are you? Computer network system. Zhao Liangze took out his business card. Our Lu Corporation is the strongest company in the entire Huaxia Empire's network security system. Of course, this is only part of our company's business. As expected. Gu Nianji sighed in her heart. Although he didn't have the support of the Special Operations Forces, Zhao Liangze was still a big shot in the computer network system. She took Zhao Liangze's business card and looked at it before putting it in her pocket. Thank you, I'm going back. She waved her hand and was about to slip away. Zhao Liangze grabbed her arm. Little girl, you've almost gotten all the information out of me. You haven't said anything yet. Where's your business card? Gu Nianji looked at him and blinked innocently. My name is Sirius. I just graduated from university and haven't found a job yet. Where did I get a business card? She flipped and turned her wrist like a fish. She broke free from Zhao Liangze's shackles and flashed into the elevator opposite the restaurant's entrance. Zhao Liangze watched the elevator door slowly close. Gu Nianji made a face at him inside. He shook his head in amusement and anger. He went into the restaurant to buy supper for the big boss. Gu Nianji returned to the room she had booked and had a good night's sleep. When she woke up the next morning, she was woken up by He Zhichu's phone ringing. She yawned and sat up. She picked up her phone and swiped it open. Hello, young master He. It's so early. What's the matter? Qin Jining had returned to the imperial capital yesterday and asked He Zhichu for Gu Nianji's driver's license. He Zhichu had gotten someone to do it for her overnight. He had Qin Jining bring it over early this morning. Looking at the time, it was already 10 in the morning. Qin Jining's plane should have arrived in Sea City by now, but Gu Nianji was still sleeping. However, He Zhichu didn't blame her. She had adapted well, so He Zhichu could only be happy. How could he say that she had slept in? He Zhichu's fingers caressed Gu Nianji's lazy face on the phone screen a few times. His cold and clear voice was extremely restrained. It's getting late. It's already 10 o'clock. He Zhichu paused. Qin Jining brought your driver's license over. He'll probably be here soon. Gu Nianji came back to her senses and rubbed her forehead with her hand. She smiled and said, that was fast. Thank you, young master He. He Zhichu smiled. How was your time in Sea City? When are you going to come back? Gu Nianji, she pulled a strand of hair with her hand and played with it for a while. She curled her lips and said, I haven't found a job yet. When I find a job and have a holiday, I'll go back to the imperial capital to see you. Okay, I'll be waiting. He Zhichu hung up after a few words because he had a meeting to attend. He had only been back for 2 days, and he was already really busy. Gu Nianji turned off her phone. She had only laid back for a few minutes when she heard the doorbell ring. Qin Jining's figure appeared on the video monitor by the bedside. Gu Nianji sighed, got dressed, and got up. She opened the door and let Qin Jining in. Qin Jining placed his driver's license in her hand and said, it's all done. With her driver's license, the first thing Gu Nianji did was, of course, to buy a car. Brother Little Ning, let's go find a 4S store and see if there are any cheap and good cars, okay? Gu Nianji smiled sweetly. Her big smile dazzled Qin Jining, and he couldn't help agreeing. It was already noon when Gu Nianji washed up and had breakfast. When she arrived at the largest 4S store in Sea City, it was already noon. Gu Nianji planned to make a down payment and use the car loan to buy a mid-priced car. After walking around the 4S store, he reluctantly moved his gaze from a bright red Ferrari to a mid-priced Audi. The car looked good and was sturdy and durable, but it consumed a little fuel. However, Gu Nianji was only using it as a car to get to work. She didn't drive long distances, so the fuel consumption was negligible. "I'll take this one." Gu Nianji looked at the price. It was a domestic Audi, only 160,000 yuan. She made a down payment of 60,000 yuan and planned to take out a loan of 100,000 yuan. Qin Jining saw this from the side and pulled her to the side. He said, "You're only short of 100,000 yuan. Why do you want a loan?" "Because I don't have enough money." Gu Nianji blinked, speechless. If she had money, why would she take out a loan? Was this person's head made of stone? Solid. Qin Jining looked up at the crystal lights on the roof of the 4S store. The loan interest rate for this kind of store is too high. It's not worth it. How about this, I'll lend you 100,000 yuan. You don't have to pay back the interest. You can pay it back whenever you have the money. If Qin Jining had told her not to pay it back, Gu Nianji definitely wouldn't have agreed to lend him the money. However, he said that she didn't have to pay back the interest. Gu Nianji didn't think it would be a problem when she had the money to pay back the principal. She nodded. "Thank you then. I don't have any credit history right now. If I take out a loan, the interest rate will indeed be very high." Qin Jining smiled. Gu Nianji wasn't bad. She wasn't the kind of person who was pedantic. He gave her his card and swiped another 100,000 yuan. In total, he bought the car for 160,000 yuan. Qin Jining helped Gu Nianji with the formalities and used his connections to get the license plate directly. Gu Nianji didn't have to wait alone for long before Qin Jining finished all the formalities and handed the car keys to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She took Qin Jining out for a few rounds to familiarize herself with the streets and alleys of Sea City. The layout of the city here was very similar to the Sea City she had stayed in before. Although there was no Special Operations Forces base, there was still a military base. The general direction was not bad. Gu Nianji drove the car around. It looked very familiar. It really didn't look like it was her first time in Sea City. Qin Jining was secretly surprised, but didn't say anything. After returning to the hotel, Gu Nianji said to Qin Jining, "I can settle down now. I'll submit my resume tonight and then look for a house to move. Brother Little Ning, you can go now. You're burning the bridge after crossing the river." Qin Jining knocked her on the head and smiled. "I'll leave when you find a job and rent a house." Gu Nianji nodded with an eager expression. "I'll do it as soon as possible." She had never experienced a serious interview in the other world, but it wasn't difficult for Gu Nianji, who had a very strong learning ability. She had gained experience after a few interviews. In fact, her chances of getting an interview were quite high. She had submitted a total of 5 resumes. 4 large law firms and 1 small law firm had all gotten an interview. But the strange thing was that the 4 large law firms had praised her profusely during the interview, but they had rejected her when they went back to do a background check. Gu Nianji's intuition told her that there was something wrong, but she held back her anger and refused to beg the He family. She didn't even mention a word to He Jichu. The last interview. She looked at her schedule and sneered. "If anyone dares to play tricks again, I won't be polite." This was the first update of the day, chapter 1495, I won't be polite. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. We'll continue to reward and update at 8 p.m. PS. Thank you, Beth1211, for the 10,000 Chidian coins. Mwah. Chapter 1507. Gu Nianji looked at the interview notice in her mailbox and shook her head speechlessly. She had only casually applied for this kind of small law firm to make up the numbers. She had never thought that she would have to go for an interview one day. But now, this small law firm had become her last straw of hope. She turned on her phone to look for the interview address. Upon closer inspection, this small law firm's location was not bad. It was in the eastern part of the city, where large companies gathered. It wasn't far from the Hilton Hotel where she was staying. Gu Nianji walked there. However, after arriving, she realized that this law firm couldn't be any smaller. The law firm was located on the second floor of a 36-story building. It was a small company with only 2 rooms. She went in and saw the person for the interview. Oh, it was really someone she knew. It was Lawyer Jean, who had once lost to her. Of course, it was Lawyer Jean on this side, not Lawyer Jean on the other side. However, before Lawyer Jean on the other side lost to her, he was a top lawyer at a first-rate law firm. Later, he was fired because of a series of mistakes and lawsuits, so he went to work at He Jichu's law firm. Lawyer Jean on this side was obviously different from the other side. He was very amiable and explained the situation of the law firm clearly the moment they met. He also said that he thought she wouldn't come for the interview because with her education and the school she graduated from, she was definitely going to enter the best law firm in C City. Miss Gu, I won't hide it from you. I opened this law firm myself. It's a small business, and the lawsuits are all trivial divorce cases. Those large mergers and acquisitions, economic cases, or criminal cases don't have a chance to be handled by a small law firm like ours. Would you be willing to come? Gu Nianji smiled and said honestly, if you don't want me, I really don't have anywhere else to go. Why? This was also what Lawyer Jean was most puzzled about. Your education is very good, I offended someone. Those big law firms are concerned about connections, so they all rejected me. Gu Nianji also laid her cards on the table. I don't know if you mind my situation. She suspected that the person behind this was most likely Wen Shui or Qin Yaoguang. Their goal was to prove that she was nothing after leaving the He family. Gu Nianji actually wanted to grab that Miss Wen's wooden head and smash it against the wall a few times. She wanted to tell her that she didn't want the He family to help her, but that didn't mean that the He family had to become her obstacle. However, Gu Nianji wouldn't lower her head to them even if she had to. Lawyer Jean put down his pen in surprise. Did you offend someone? But you just graduated from school, right? How did he offend someone? Do you think they can stop you from entering a big law firm? Gu Nianji replied casually, I offended a rich kid at school, so I got bullied. So that's how it is. Lawyer Jean was filled with righteous indignation. I was the same back then. So I couldn't find a job anywhere. In the end, I could only open a small law firm to make a living. Gu Nianji, damn it, she was just making it up. Gu Nianji really wanted to give herself a thumbs up for being able to unite against a common enemy. Look at her luck. She would always show you a little bit of the golden edge of the dark clouds when a large dark cloud was about to strike. She would give you a little bit of hope that you could see but could not touch. She would numb you and destroy your fighting spirit. Gu Nianji made a face inside and immediately said, I already have a lawyer's license. You won't lose out if you hire me. I will work very hard to find cases for the station. Of course, Lawyer Jean couldn't ask for more. His small law firm had been open for 10 years, and he had accumulated some connections in the middle and lower class households. Although he didn't earn much, he was much better than the average salaryman. Recently, there had been more and more business. He really couldn't handle it alone, so he wanted to find a capable helper. The two of them hit it off and immediately signed an employment contract. Lawyer Jean gave her a starting salary of 8,000 yuan a month. After half a year, Her salary could be adjusted again depending on her performance. The year-end bonus was 2 months' salary, and there was a certain commission for large cases. 5 insurance and 1 housing fund were provided. It could be said that it was a very sincere contract. Then he called the building management office to make an electronic door number for her so that she could take the elevator freely. Gu Nianji calmly looked at the floor, the second floor. She needed to take the elevator? Welcome to Jin's law firm. Lawyer Jin smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. He shook her hand. Maybe we'll become partners in the future. When can you start work? Thank you for thinking so highly of me, boss. I can come to work tomorrow. Gu Nianji's mouth was very sweet. I will continue to work hard. She took the contract and happily walked out of the door of Jin's law firm. Because it was only the second floor, she couldn't be bothered to wait for the elevator and went straight down the stairs. When she returned to the hotel, Qin Jining was in her room holding his phone. She didn't know who he was talking to, but the expression on his face was exceptionally gentle and affectionate. Gu Nianji's expression changed slightly. He was calling Wen Shui, wasn't he? How could she have forgotten about that? So there was a spy by her side who had told Wen Shui about the law firm she was interviewing for here, right? Gu Nianji was in a bad mood, so she wouldn't let anyone else be in a good mood, especially the person who had secretly done something to make her feel bad. Her emotions came on a whim. By the time she sat down in front of Qin Jining with a sullen face, tears were already streaming down her face like a broken string of beads. They hung on her fair and delicate skin, like a pear blossom in the rain, delicate and moving. Qin Jining looked up and was shocked. What's wrong? What happened? He forgot to hang up the phone. Wen Shui heard him and quickly asked, Ah Ning, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? It's Miss Gu. Qin Jining wanted to hang up the phone, but Gu Nianji also spoke. She asked, Brother Little Ning, who are you talking to? Shui. Qin Jining felt like he was a microphone, passing messages between Wen Shui and Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji nodded and wiped her tears with a tissue. She said pitifully, Really? Brother Little Ning, you should go. You're too big, and my temple is too small. I can't afford to keep you. What do you mean? Qin Jining was anxious and quickly hung up the phone. He leaned forward and asked, What happened? What happened? You're asking me. Gu Nianji glared at Qin Jining. It's all your fault. You told everyone about my interview. Now, someone has ulterior motives and those law firms have all rejected me. Are you satisfied? Are you happy? Qin Jining let out an "ah" and turned his head away guiltily. Well, maybe you're not capable enough. How can you blame others? Although he said that, he knew in his heart that it wasn't the real reason. With Gu Nianji's education, ability, and lawyer's license, how could she not even get a junior position at a large law firm? Really? Gu Nianji scoffed. Don't try to change the subject. Did you tell anyone else about my interview? You just have to answer yes or no. Qin Jining fell silent and didn't dare speak. Then don't say anything. Gu Nianji began to reason logically. Did you tell Wen Shui? Qin Jining pursed his lips. He wanted to defend himself, but he had indeed told Wen Shui, so he didn't say anything. I'm not wrong, am I? Gu Nianji stood up, picked up the pillow from the sofa, and hit Qin Jining hard on the head. As she hit him, she cried, Do you know how hard it was for me to get the interview? During the interview, they clearly said that they would want me, but the other party didn't want me after a background check. You're saying that I'm not capable enough. Let me tell you, if I wasn't capable enough, the other party wouldn't have done a background check at all. Gu Nianji gave Qin Jining the middle finger and said fiercely, I hate that insidious girlfriend of yours, Wen Shui. She's trying to kill me. Qin Jining grabbed Gu Nianji's hand to stop her from making such gestures. He said unhappily, "Yes, I told Wen Shui, but she's not that kind of person. She won't interfere in your business." "Really? You dare call her and confront her face to face?" Gu Nianji pointed at Qin Jining's phone. "Call her and ask her if she's familiar with the people from the 4 law firms. She'll definitely lie to you and say she's not familiar with them." Qin Jining picked up his phone doubtfully. He had seen Gu Nianji's hopeful and disappointed expression for the past 2 days with his own eyes. He couldn't help sympathizing with her. After some thought, he called Wen Shui. As soon as he dialed, Wen Shui immediately picked up. Qin Jining had suddenly hung up the phone just now. She had called but hadn't picked up. She felt a little uneasy and had been waiting for his call. When she saw that he had called, she immediately picked up and asked, "Ah Ning, what happened?" Qin Jining's voice was very calm. She couldn't tell what had happened. He asked calmly, "Shui, are you very familiar with these 4 law firms?" He said the names of the 4 law firms, and when Shui denied it. "I'm not familiar with them." "What's wrong?" Qin Jining looked at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji showed Qin Jining the news report she had found. She had found it on the internet. It was the main investor of these 4 law firms. Among these 4 law firms, 3 of them had a common major shareholder, Qin Yaoguang. There was also a law firm with a major shareholder surnamed Qin. Judging from the name, she should also be a member of the Qin family and a relative of Qin Yaoguang. These 4 law firms are so close to Mrs. Qin. Would you believe Wen Shui if she said she wasn't familiar with them? Gu Nianji deliberately said loudly for Wen Shui, who was on the other end of the phone. Wen Shui panicked and quickly said, "Ah Ning, don't listen to Gu Nianji's nonsense. Mrs. Qin isn't familiar with those law firms at all. The shares she holds are all held on behalf of the Qin family. You even know about the shares on behalf of others, and you still dare to say you're not familiar with them." Gu Nianji immediately asked. "We didn't even mention it, so why are you thinking about the shares?" "Ha, Miss Wen, it's not bad for you to hide behind the scenes and enjoy the thrill of the storm, right?" Gu Nianji simply shouted into Qin Jining's phone, "You messed up all my interviews. You didn't even let go of the last small law firm. How much do you hate me? How much do you not want me to get a job?" Wen Shui retorted instinctively, "What does your last interview with that small law firm have to do with me? You didn't get a job because you weren't capable enough." "Oh. Then you're admitting that other than the last interview with the small law firm, which had nothing to do with you, you were the one who messed up the first 4 big law firms' interviews?" Gu Nianji took the opportunity to dig a hole. "Then shouldn't I thank you for showing mercy?" This is today's second update, Chapter 1496, Meeting an Old Friend Again. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. This is for the 50,000 Chidian dollars that President Ji rewarded last month. Mwah. Chapter 1508. Wen Shui was obviously stunned for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. "I don't know what you're talking about. It's none of my business which interview you got. It's because of your own ability that they didn't hire you. I used to say that you relied on others to climb your way up, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? Don't avoid the question. I'll find out if it was you or not." Gu Nianji became unfathomable. "Wen Shui, don't blame me for not reminding you. I'm indeed a narrow-minded person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. If you want to mess with me, you'd better kill me. Otherwise, as long as I'm alive, I won't let you off." Wen Shui wanted to throw her phone away. She sneered and said, "Your threat is enough to call the police. I've already recorded it. If this happens again, I'll call the police." "Sure. Gu Nianji propped her head up with her hand and said lazily, "So you recorded your phone call with brother Little Ning. Are you always preparing receipts as evidence to present in court?" Unfortunately, recordings can't be used as evidence unless it's a call from the notary office. You don't know what you're talking about. When Shi squeezed out the words from between her teeth. Qin Jining didn't want the two of them to quarrel. He held his phone and said to Gu Nianji, "I'll give you an explanation for this." He wasn't someone who didn't understand the ways of the world. Since the Qin family had such a relationship with these four major law firms, it would only take a moment for Wen Shui to do something to trip Gu Nianji up. He was already 80% to 90% convinced. Qin Jining walked out to the corridor with his phone and lit a cigarette. His voice was slightly cold. "Shui, let me ask you again. Did Nianji's rejection of the interview have anything to do with you?" Wen Shui's heart skipped a beat. Qin Jining had never spoken to her like this before, and this attitude made her even more uneasy. She held her phone and looked at Qin Yaoguang's ward. Looking through the half-open door, she could only see that the people inside had just sat down and looked like they were going to have a long talk. She bit her lip and whispered to Qin Jining, "Ah Ning, you don't believe me and only believe Gu Nianji." "I believe in evidence." Qin Jining's emotions were very complicated. "We're all adults, and we've been in society for so many years. You want me to believe you just because you say you don't have it? Shui, am I too stupid in your heart, or do you think I'm not important enough to know the truth?" Men and women in love are most afraid of being deceived. The best weapon to cool down a relationship is betrayal. When Shui was angry and anxious, she said angrily, "You've only been with Gu Nianji for a few days, yet you trust her so much and don't trust me." Her heart turned cold. She couldn't believe that Gu Nianji was back. Even Qin Jining was leaving her. She had once deeply believed that this man would never leave her. No matter what she did to him, no matter whether he was in her heart or not, this man would love her and protect her for the rest of his life. Had she overestimated this man's infatuation with her? Or was Gu Nianji simply too good at seducing men? She was only a 19-year-old girl, but she was already so unrestrained. When Shui's contempt for Gu Nianji was at its peak. But no matter how much she looked down on Gu Nianji, she couldn't let go of Qin Jining. When Shui rubbed her temples and her voice became even lower. She smiled bitterly and said, "Ah Ning, I didn't want to tell you about this, but since you asked me yourself, I can't hide it from you even if I have to hide it from everyone." Qin Jining's expression turned cold inch by inch. "So you were really behind Gu Nianji's rejection of the interview?" "Don't make it sound so bad," Wen Shui said sullenly. "How capable can I be? Why would they listen to me?" "Then what do you mean?" Qin Jining frowned. "You admitted it just now." "Did I admit it?" Wen Shui couldn't help it. "You're indeed quite stupid. I was the one who made the call, but I wasn't the one who wanted to make the call. Her own mother didn't want her to get a good job, and you're blaming me for that." "Ha! You mean Auntie Qin asked you to do it?" Qin Jining's eyes widened in shock. "Why did she do that?" "Nianji is her biological daughter." Wen Shui scoffed. "Why are you guys still so stubborn? Auntie Qin has said so many times that she doesn't treat her like her own daughter. She's disobedient now, and Auntie Qin said she wanted to teach her a lesson so that she wouldn't have a good life outside. Naturally, she would think of the good life at home. Don't interfere. This has nothing to do with you and me. Don't get caught up in the fight between mother and daughter." After a pause, she reminded Qin Jining, "You and I are the ones who got caught up in the fight." Qin Jining fell silent. After a long while, he asked, "Is it really Auntie Qin? If you don't believe me, call her or ask General He yourself." Wen Shui was impatient. Auntie Qin asked General He for instructions. General He acquiesced. It's still my fault. Qin Jining now understood that Gu Nianji's bad luck this time was all thanks to him. If he hadn't been nosy and told Wen Shuyi that Gu Nianji had received an interview notice from the 4 major law firms, she wouldn't have been so unlucky. Wen Shuyi understood what he meant and knew that he was blaming her. Of course, he was blaming her as well. She couldn't say that it was wrong. It was indeed because Qin Jining had proudly praised Gu Nianji when he was chatting with Wen Shuyi on the phone that Wen Shuyi had, accidentally, let it slip and told Qin Yaoguang. The atmosphere in Qin Yaoguang's ward was no less relaxed than outside. There were some visitors in her ward. The nurse cut them some fruit and brought it over. She smiled and said, "Old Mr. Qin, please sit here." "Dad, why are you here?" Qin Yaoguang pressed the button on the bed and pushed the bed up. Her face was pale as she sat on the bed. Sitting in front of her was an old man with white hair and a ruddy face. His eyes were big and bright, but the expression on his face was very serious. Old Master Qin was the current head of the Qin family and Qin Yaoguang's father. "Yaoguang, I heard that Nianji is back. Did you treat her badly?" Master Qin's face was very solemn as he played with the 2 iron walnuts that had been wrapped in starch in his hands unhurriedly. "You don't love your own daughter, but you push her away and take a gardener's daughter as your baby. Are you out of your mind?" Old Master Qin had just arrived in the imperial capital from Z City. It was said that he was here to see his long-lost granddaughter. Qin Yaoguang frowned and avoided the topic. "What do you mean by out of your mind? Watch your words." "Yes, she's back. She's been back for almost 2 weeks. What's wrong? Aren't you here to see me?" She extended her hand, which was still wrapped in a white bandage, to old Master Qin. "This is all thanks to her. As soon as she came back, she cut my hand. Didn't you resist because you wanted to operate on her?" Old Master Qin glared at her. "I think you're asking for it. Dad. I'm your biological daughter." Qin Yaoguang called out in a drawn-out voice. She was almost 50 years old, yet she was still acting coquettishly in front of her father. Old Master Qin's entourage had goosebumps. Old Master Qin only had this one daughter in his life, and she had worked hard since she was young. He did indeed dote on her a lot. The only dissatisfaction was probably her attitude towards his daughter. "You also know that you're my biological daughter. Don't you know what your biological daughter is like?" Old Master Qin didn't hesitate to knock Qin Yaoguang down. "You're already so old, yet you still don't know the severity of things. You only have this one child. No matter how much you don't like her father, she's your biological daughter." Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips and leaned against the hospital bed. She said lightly, "I've also said it before. The biological child I approve of should be a child born from mutual love. Does she deserve it? You're her biological mother, and you personally carried her for 10 months. She's the only surviving child," Old Master Qin said meaningfully. "I thought you would value her very much." "I know, so what? It only proves that the experiment was successful." Qin Yaoguang shrugged, her expression very indifferent. "Don't tell me I still have to pour maternal love into my house of lab rats. Dad, do you think this is fair to me? My job is to do experiments. My dream is to find a scientific and efficient treatment method to overcome all kinds of difficult and complicated diseases." Qin Yaoguang turned her head away. "It was that lunatic Gu Xiangwen who suggested doing the experiment, but I was the one who did the follow-up work. I failed so many times, and it wasn't easy for me to succeed once. Are you satisfied? Now that you remember that Nianji is a human being, you immediately threw all the mess to me and turned around to accuse me of being inhumane. I'm sorry, I'm just like that. I can't have maternal love for experimental equipment and objects." Qin Yaoguang straightened her neck and her face was red with anger. Old Master Qin was almost speechless. Evil creature. You evil creature. Old Master Qin pointed at her and coughed violently. Come with me to apologize to Nianji. You can't be like this in the future. No matter what, she's young Master He's fiancée. For Nianji's sake, for the He family's sake, treat her better. Old Master Qin fainted as he spoke, scaring Qin Yaguang so much that she almost fell off the hospital bed. Dad! Don't scare me. Are you okay? Call the doctor. Call the doctor. This was the Qin Corporation's private hospital. The chairman of the board of directors suddenly fell ill in his own hospital and immediately received first-class treatment. When she watched as the doctor ran in and pushed Old Master Qin out, she quickly said into the phone, I still have something to do. Talk to you later. She quickly hung up the phone and ran into Qin Yaguang's ward. Qin Yaguang ordered her with a cold expression, get me discharged. I want to be discharged. Qin Jining returned to Gu Nianji's hotel room and looked down at his phone. His heart was in turmoil. Gu Nianji looked at him with disdain and said, you can go. I'm moving away today too. Where are you moving to? Qin Jining leaned against the door awkwardly. I'll send you there. I'm going to rent a house, Gu Nianji said as she began to pack her suitcase. She had already spent 15,000 yuan in the 3 days she had stayed here. She only had the 100,000 yuan He Zhichu had given her. She had spent 60,000 yuan on the car and 15,000 yuan on the hotel. In addition to the food and things she had bought for the past few days, she only had about 20,000 yuan left. It was only enough for her to rent a small one-bedroom house in a cheaper residential area in Nanqing district. Gu Nianji had already made an appointment online to look at the house today. If it was ready, she could move in immediately. Qin Jining felt guilty. Although Gu Nianji had rebuked him, he didn't take it to heart. He followed her to Nanqing district to look at the house and watched her sign a half-year rental contract with the landlord. The small house here cost 3,000 yuan a month. After paying half a year's rent and deposit, Gu Nianji only had 2,000 yuan left in her bank card. The house had simple furniture, so it was okay to live in, but she still had to buy some daily necessities. Qin Jining followed her to the supermarket to buy kitchen utensils and bathroom supplies. Gu Nianji's taste in shopping was more picky. Qin Jining helped her pay for the whole set, which cost nearly 10,000 yuan. Gu Nianji was in too much debt to worry about. She said nonchalantly, put it on the account. I'll pay you back 110,000 yuan when I have the money. Qin Jining. Gu Nianji rented a house, bought daily necessities and some simple furniture, and decorated the house. It looked a little like her apartment over there. The second-hand house that she had bought with her own money. Qin Jining saw that she had settled down, so he went from light to dark and hid in Sea City. Gu Nianji began her 9-to-5 life as an office worker. The work at the law firm was very simple. In the first month of her work, Jin Dazhuang only asked her to familiarize herself with the cases here, understand the applicable laws, and see if there were any mistakes in the previous cases. She just had to write him a memo. She didn't have to worry about receiving clients and contacting new clients for the time being. She just had to learn from him. Jin Dazhuang was a very good boss. He gave her the opportunity and time to learn. Like a teacher in school, he couldn't wait to teach her step by step. Gu Nianji also studied very seriously. She wanted to figure out how the legal system here was different from the other side so that she could really carry out her work and not make a fool of herself. In her spare time, she used her phone to surf the internet to understand the situation in the world. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy could you win 100 battles. Gu Nianji had always remembered Hu Xiaoheng's words. It was fine if she didn't make a move, but once she made a move, she had to have absolute confidence in killing the other party. Soon, Gu Nianji's first week at work passed peacefully. It was another Monday. When Gu Nianji woke up that morning, she felt cold. She pushed open the window and stretched out her hand. It seemed to have suddenly become cold outside. Autumn had officially arrived. The leaves of the ginkgo tree were scattered all over the street like small fans. It was just like the ginkgo tree at the entrance of Huashaoheng Special Operations Forces residence. Gu Nianji stared blankly at the street for a while and closed the window tightly. After washing up, she changed into a peach-colored wool cardigan and a black wool pencil skirt. She carried her Hermes platinum bag out the door. "Miss Gu, you're going to work." The neighbor greeted her with a smile. "Have you had breakfast?" "I have fried rice cakes and xilongbao here. I also have pan-fried rice cakes. Do you want something a little smaller?" Gu Nianji smiled and shook her head. She learned to speak Sea City's dialect. "I've eaten. Thank you, Granny." Okay. This bag is really beautiful. Where did you buy it? How much did it cost?" Gu Nianji blinked and said calmly, "This is a high-grade imitation I bought. It cost 1 or 2,000 yuan. The Hermes platinum bag that was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan wore a high-grade imitation hat and squatted in the corner, shivering. She drove to the Dongqing district. The building where she worked was called the Lu Building. It had a total of 36 floors and towered into the clouds. After parking the car, she didn't take the elevator. She took the stairs directly from the underground parking lot to the second floor. It was convenient and fast, and she could also exercise. She arrived a little late because of the traffic jam today. However, Jin Dazhuang didn't particularly care about attendance. When he saw her arrive, he just nodded casually and said, "I'm going out to meet a client today. Remember to stay here in the morning." Xiao Zhang at the front desk took half a day off today and will only be here at noon. "If you leave, there will be no one in the office." Gu Nianji quickly said, "No problem, leave it to me." She had nothing to do the whole morning. She finished her daily work, and when it was lunchtime, Xiao Zhang at the front desk came. Both of them were young girls, and the boss wasn't around. They quickly got together and started gossiping. Xiao Zhang said mysteriously, "Lawyer Gu, do you know what kind of big shot is coming today?" Gu Nianji, "I don't know." In their small law firm, a street director was already a big shot. Xiao Zhang tugged at her sleeve. "It's really a big shot. I heard that the chairman of the Qin Corporation is coming. When I went upstairs, the entrance of the building was already under martial law." Gu Nianji, Qin Corporation. "Which Qin Corporation?" Gu Nianji asked carefully, thinking that it couldn't be such a coincidence, right? In the end, it really was such a coincidence. It's the Qin Corporation that runs a private hospital. Don't tell me you don't even know about the Qin private hospital. Xiao Zhang rolled her eyes at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji smiled and said casually, "Is it very famous?" "I'm from the countryside, so I don't know." Before she could finish speaking, a man pushed open the small glass door of their law firm. He was wearing a well-ironed suit, and his hair was combed until it was shiny. His entire body seemed to say, "I am the CEO's secretary. May I ask if Miss Gu Nianji is here? Our chairman Qin wants to see her." The man spoke politely and gave Xiao Zhang at the front desk a shiny business card that still smelled of perfume. This was today's chapter of 4,700 words, chapter 1497, Caught in the Crossfire. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. I still have to work overtime, so I only have enough time to write this chapter today. It's almost midnight. Mwah. Chapter 1509. Gu Nianji was sitting next to Xiao Zhang, but the man ignored her and handed the business card to Xiao Zhang at the front desk. He didn't even look at Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji's heart sank. The Qin family had already come knocking on her door, so how could she not show this person her photo? How could he not know what she looked like? He clearly recognized her, but he pretended not to. This kind of behavior had already expressed their attitude. Gu Nianji didn't say anything. She got up and left. She walked to the only room in their small law firm and slammed the door. There were only 2 rooms in this small firm. The lawyer's office was inside, and the front desk was outside. Xiao Zhang was almost dumbfounded by the man's business card. The big shot that they had just been gossiping about had suddenly descended from the sky and stood in front of her. Oh my God! Her legs had gone limp. She didn't even notice when Gu Nianji had left. She only came back to her senses when she heard the door slam. She said enthusiastically, "Mr. Fang, right? Are you really the secretary of the president of the Qin Corporation?" This man was the first secretary of the chairman and president of the Qin Corporation. He smiled reservedly and nodded. "This is our company's phone number. If you don't believe me, you can call to check. Our chairman's motorcade is still parked at the entrance of the building. The police have sent people downstairs to secure the building." Xiao Zhang gasped and quickly said, "Please wait a moment, I'll go look for Lawyer Gu." She got up and knocked on the office door, but there was no sound from inside. Xiao Zhang was stunned for a moment. She returned to the front desk and called Gu Nianji. In order to show her respect for the chairman of the Qin Corporation, Xiao Zhang put the phone on speaker. "Lawyer Gu, the chairman of the Qin Corporation wants to see you." Xiao Zhang was so excited that her voice was trembling. Gu Nianji's calm voice came through the phone. "Really? Do you have an appointment?" Secretary Fang, she was really putting on airs. Xiao Zhang, oh my. Lawyer Gu was so cool. Xiao Zhang had been suppressed by the aura of the secretary of the Qin Corporation's president, but when she heard Gu Nianji's calm demeanor, she immediately calmed down. She turned off the speaker and picked up the phone. Xiao Zhang's professional front desk manner also came out. Her voice was even sweeter. "Lawyer Gu, let me check your appointment record." She pretended to dig through the computer. After a while, she said regretfully, "The other party doesn't have an appointment." Of course there was no appointment. Gu Nianji had only been working for a week and hadn't seen a single client. How could there be an appointment? The corners of Gu Nianji's lips curled up in the inner office. She turned her chair to look out the window. The second floor did not have a good view of the skyline. All he could see was the building right in front of him, and it was completely blocked. However, she was no different from sitting in Speaker Long's office overlooking the beautiful scenery of the entire imperial capital. She continued to say calmly, "Then make an appointment. I've been very busy recently. I won't be free until next week at the earliest." Xiao Zhang worshipped Gu Nianji to death. How could she lie without batting an eyelid in front of such a rich and powerful person? Anyway, the other party didn't want to see her, so Xiao Zhang immediately went into spectator mode and cooperated with Gu Nianji's performance. She raised her head and smiled at the secretary. "Hello, would you like to make an appointment?" Secretary Fang thought he had heard wrong. He tilted his head and pointed his ear at Xiao Zhang. "What did you say?" "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly." Xiao Zhang smiled and thought to herself that the CEO's secretary was actually deaf. If such a person could be the CEO's secretary of the Qin Corporation, then wouldn't a receptionist like her have a bright future? Thinking this, Xiao Zhang still smiled professionally and said again, "You need to make an appointment to see our lawyer." "When do you want to make an appointment?" "Our lawyer Gu is very busy, and the latest time is next week." Secretary Fang choked. He turned his head to look at the smiling receptionist and roared in his heart to refuse. She needed to make an appointment? To think that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the entire Huaxia Empire with Chairman Qin. Even if he wanted to see General He now, his personal secretary wouldn't dare mention the word appointment, let alone a lawyer from a small law firm. After so many years, he actually heard the word appointment again. Gu Nianji really thought of herself as a big shot, didn't she? No wonder Dean Qin didn't like her. Secretary Fang's expression froze for a moment. He wanted nothing more than to turn around and leave. But when he thought about how the chairman had traveled from south to north, and then from north to south, just to see this woman, what could he do? Of course, he gave in. Secretary Fang looked constipated and said stiffly, "Our chairman wants to see Gu Nianji, not for business, but for personal matters. May I ask if you need to make an appointment for a personal matter?" Sigh. The young and beautiful lawyer Gu, who had just graduated from a third-rate law firm, had a personal matter with the chairman of the world-class Qin Corporation. Xiao Zhang was blown away by this news. In an instant, she imagined several love and hate stories from the CEO's novels. Heavy. Her fingers subconsciously touched her phone. She wanted nothing more than to immediately post on Weibo, "Why did the chairman of the Qin Corporation privately meet the young and beautiful lawyer Gu from the Qin law firm?" The sensational title, coupled with the back view of the CEO's secretary, lawyer Gu's face would definitely immediately become a hot topic. She would also be able to gain a wave of fans. Little Zhang struggled in his heart, and it took him a long time to regain his rationality. If she dared to use this news to become a hot topic, whether it was lawyer Gu or the Qin Corporation, they would tear her apart alive. Stop it. Gaining fans was important, but life was more valuable. Looking at Secretary Fang's fake smile, Xiao Zhang had no choice but to call Gu Nianji again. "Lawyer Gu, the other party said that he was looking for you for personal matters, not business." Gu Nianji smiled widely in the inner office and said righteously, "If it's not business, then it shouldn't be. We work for people, so how can we do personal matters during office hours? Please ask that gentleman to leave our office and not interfere with everyone's work." Everyone was actually just two people. Xiao Zhang was extremely curious, but she still knew her duty as a receptionist. She also wanted to send this man away so that she could interrogate Gu Nianji about her relationship with the Qin Corporation. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Zhang spread out her hands at the secretary. "I'm sorry, our lawyer Gu said that it's working hours now, so she can't handle personal matters. Please go back." Secretary Fang was furious. How many large meetings had he organized? How many meetings had he coordinated between the heads of state and his boss? How did he get screwed over in a small law firm? Secretary Fang turned off the pinhole camera on his lapel and slammed the front desk. With a dark expression, he said, "Okay, don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He turned around and left. He kicked open the glass door of the small law firm and went back to the 30th floor to report. At that moment, Old Master Qin, the 70-year-old chairman of the Qin Corporation, was having a meeting with the president and chairman of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yuan. "President Lu, this time, our company has completely replaced the computer security system. We've inspected many companies, and your bid is the most suitable for our requirements." Old Master Qin sat on the sofa in Lu Yuan's office. He held a cup of kung fu tea in his hand and lowered his head to sniff the fragrance of the tea. He was wearing a tang shirt and trousers made of fragrant cloud gauze. His hair was all white, but his face was rosy. He looked ancient and very stylish. Lu Yuan brought his technical director, operations director, and finance director to sit opposite Old Master Qin. He smiled and picked up a cup of kung fu tea to sniff it. He said, "Thank you for your kindness, Old Master Qin. It was a pleasant surprise that our company was able to win the bid this time." The technical director of the Lu Corporation was Zhao Liangze. He was the one who had drafted the bid. He also smiled and said, "Old Master Qin is really bold. When we were bidding, your vice president once said that our bid was too expensive. I hope it's not too expensive, ha 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 ha." Old Master Qin also laughed out loud and said, "They're petty. They only know how to save money for me. But didn't they think that in terms of network security, they could also save money? I believe in the technology of the head office. If you don't have a diamond, don't do porcelain work. It's too cheap. I'm worried that they don't have the ability." The Qin Medical Group's assets were now spread all over the world, and the security of the entire group's network system was even more urgent. It wasn't something that could be solved by installing a 3x0 system. In the end, Old Master Qin still knows what's good for him. Lu Yuan smiled, and the corners of his lips curled into a happy arc. The lines at the corners of his long and narrow eyes rose, and he was so charming that people couldn't close their legs. The female secretaries and female executives on Old Master Qin's side quickly retracted their gazes and didn't dare to look anymore. If they continued to look, they would probably fall into an extramarital relationship. They quickly agreed on the general direction of the cooperation, and the specific contract would be negotiated by the executives, lawyers, and accountants of both sides. The total value of the entire contract could exceed 1 billion yuan, and each clause had to be verified by the lawyers and accountants of both sides. Zhao Liangzi led them out of Lu Yuan's office and went to the conference room next door to discuss the contract. Only Lu Yuan and Old Master Qin were left in the office. They drank kung fu tea and chatted until Secretary Fang's slightly urgent knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Come in." Lu Yuan glanced at Old Master Qin and asked the people outside to let him in. Secretary Fang walked in with a sullen face and nodded at Lu Yuan. "CEO Lu." Lu Yuan smiled at him. "Hello, Secretary Fang. I was wondering why Old Master Qin didn't bring his most trusted Secretary Fang when he came to our place. This compliment was just right." Old Master Qin and Secretary Fang both laughed. Secretary Fang composed himself and said to Old Master Qin, "Chairman, Gunyanji said that you can only see her if you make an appointment." Old Master Qin, Lu Yuan, Secretary Fang was extremely happy to see the expressions on the faces of these two people. As expected, it was better to be wronged than to be wronged alone. He felt comfortable when he saw that others were unhappy as well. The corners of Old Master Qin's mouth twitched. "What did you say? She really wants to make an appointment? What exactly did you say?" Secretary Fang glanced at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan stood up and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He said calmly, "I'm going out for a while." Old Master Qin waved for him to sit down. President Lu isn't an outsider. There's no need to avoid him. He explained to Lu Yuan, "It's like this. This Gun Yanji is actually my granddaughter. She was born to my good-for-nothing daughter before she married General He. She only gave birth to this one child in her life, and they're like fire and water. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I wanted to meet this child and be a peacemaker for the mother and daughter." Lu Yuan replied with an "oh" and sat down with a smile. "So that's how it is. Old Master Qin is already so old, but he's still worried about his children." "Not at all." Old Master Qin shook his head with emotion. "When I was young, I was also focused on my career and didn't pay much attention to my daughter. By the time I remembered to care more about her, she had already grown up and become an adult. She had her own values and principles. It was too late, too late." Lu Yuan smiled but didn't say anything. This was someone else's family matter, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt. Old Master Qin played with the iron walnut and said to Secretary Fang, "You also need to make an appointment for private matters. Didn't you make it clear?" "I did." Secretary Fang took out the pinhole camera he had on him. "I recorded it all. Take a look for yourself." Otherwise, if old Master Qin thought that he was playing tricks, he really wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. Secretary Fong transferred the contents of the pinhole camera to his phone and showed it to old Master Qin. Lu Yuan sat opposite him. Although he couldn't see the contents of the video, he could clearly hear the voice coming from the phone's microphone. When they heard someone say, "I'm sorry, our lawyer Gu said that it's working hours now and we don't deal with private matters. Please go back." Lu Yuan and old Master Qin laughed together. Old Master Qin was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. "I like this child. This posture, this style, she's neither servile nor overbearing, and she's not led by the nose. I like her so much. I want her to change her surname to Qin and be a child of our Qin family." Lu Yuan, Secretary Fong. Old Master Qin waved his hand. "Just go and make an appointment with her. I can afford to wait." Secretary Fong had no choice but to go down to the second floor dejectedly. He pushed the door open again and entered the Qin family law firm. He said politely to the young lady at the front desk, "Hello, I'd like to make an appointment to see Lawyer Gu." It had only been 10 minutes since they last met, but this person's attitude was much more sincere and he wasn't as arrogant as before. Xiao Zhang looked at Secretary Fong in surprise. After a while, he picked up the phone and called Gu Nianji. "Lawyer Gu, the chairman of the Qin Corporation wants to make an appointment with you. When are you free?" At this time, Gu Nianji was in the inner office searching for information about the Qin Corporation. The more she looked, the more amazed she became. Such a large corporation had hospitals and investments all over the world. It could be ranked in the top 100 of the world's largest corporations. It was indeed very impressive. The chairman of such a large corporation wanted to see her only for Qin Yaoguang's sake. This was because the chairman's only daughter was Qin Yaoguang, and Gu Nianji happened to be Qin Yaoguang's only daughter. When she received another call from Xiao Zhang at the front desk, Gu Nianji didn't continue to put on airs. She said, "Since they're so sincere, I can squeeze half an hour to see them tomorrow morning." Secretary Fong agreed and said, "I'll go back and make an appointment." After returning to the 30th floor and discussing with old Master Qin, they arranged to meet on the 18th floor of this building. Because they had negotiated a contract with Lu Yuan's company, the Qin Corporation had also rented an office space in this building for the convenience of future cooperation. They planned to move the IT-related departments here. Jin Dazhuang came back in the afternoon. He was also surprised to hear about Gu Nianji from the front desk. He walked to Gu Nianji's desk with a thermos cup filled with wolfberries and asked with concern, "Nianji, what's going on between you and the Qin Corporation?" Gu Nianji looked up at him and shrugged. "I don't know either. I'm also very confused about why you suddenly came to see me." "Okay, do you want me to go with you tomorrow?" Jin Dazhuang saw that she was a little girl and was very afraid that something would happen to her. Gu Nianji's heart warmed. She thought to herself that although she wasn't popular with her family, she was still popular with passers-by. She could always meet people who were willing to treat her well and show kindness. She shook her head with a smile and pointed above her head. "No need, it's on the 18th floor here. If anything goes wrong, I'll call you right away." "Okay." Jin Dazhuang was relieved to hear that they would meet here. After a night of rest, Gu Nianji went to work in high spirits the next day. Jin Dazhuang and Xiao Zhang at the front desk cheered her on. "Good luck. It's best if you can curry favor with the Qin Corporation. We'll follow you and live a good life." Gu Nianji laughed. "Don't dream on such a clear day. Wake up and order takeout for me. I didn't have breakfast this morning." She tossed and turned last night and fell asleep very late. Even the alarm clock in the morning didn't wake her up and she was almost late. Of course, she didn't eat breakfast. "Go ahead, I'll order it for you." Xiao Zhang at the front desk quickly picked up her phone to order for her. Gu Nianji walked to the elevator. This was the first time she had taken the elevator upstairs. In the past, she had always taken the stairs directly. When she arrived at the 18th floor, Secretary Fong was waiting for her at the door. As soon as he saw her coming out of the elevator, he quickly walked over and said, "Miss Gu, this way please. Please call me Lawyer Gu." Gu Nianji nodded. "Our law firm's rule is that the first half an hour of meeting with a client is free." Secretary Fong, was he going to call her professional or stupid? He glanced at her and walked in front of her to push open the door of the conference room. This was a small conference room on the 18th floor. There were 7 or 8 people sitting on both sides of the long conference table, and the entire conference room was packed. At the head of the table sat an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He was probably Chairman Qin. There were also 2 people she knew. One was Ms. Qin Yaoguang, whose hand was wrapped in white gauze. The other was Zhao Liangzi. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and thought to herself that Qin Yaoguang was here. Could Wen Shui be far away? She glanced around but didn't see Wen Shui. "Is it Nianji? I've finally seen you." Old Master Qin smiled and waved at her. Gu Nianji walked in and sat down at the place designated by Old Master Qin. Old Master Qin first introduced her to the people in the conference room. "Everyone, this is Gu Nianji. She's my granddaughter, and my daughter only has one daughter." As he spoke, he said to Gu Nianji, "These are all people from our company. They're all your uncles and uncles." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched and she nodded politely at them. Of course, she didn't call them uncles and uncles. Those people didn't dare to and all came over to shake hands with her. Old Master Qin introduced the people on the other side. "They're from the Lu Corporation. You work here, so it's never bad to get to know more people. This is President Lu, and this is Director Zhao." Gu Nianji memorized them one by one and exchanged business cards with them. The atmosphere became harmonious. Seeing that the time was right, Old Master Qin smiled and said, "Nianji, I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown up. I know you've been wronged. I've already said it to your mother, so you should also take a step back and apologize to your mother. We're all family, so don't treat me like an outsider." Gu Nianji felt extremely awkward when she heard this. She said it was family business, but didn't she feel awkward talking about family business in front of a bunch of outsiders? She said it was business, but she didn't talk about the company's business. So he wanted to use outsiders to pressure her to shake hands with Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji smiled and said aloofly, "Mr. Qin, I'm here today for business." Old Master Qin laughed loudly. "Child, you have the same temper as your mother. No wonder you're at odds with each other." Qin Yaoguang said reluctantly, "Nianji, don't be like this in the future. *CK, it's her fault now." Gu Nianji's anger flared. However, she didn't show it on her face. She said, "I don't understand what you mean. May I ask what it is for?" "Nianji." Old Master Qin said earnestly, "Your mother doesn't have bad intentions. She's just straightforward. She's been doing scientific research all her life, so her words aren't pleasant to hear. If she offends you," Gu Nianji couldn't help it anymore. She smiled and nodded. "Indeed. Mrs. Qin really isn't an ordinary straightforward person. She's like an earthworm that has turned into a spirit, and her intestines are open to the end." To be able to say to her own daughter that she didn't treat her as her own daughter and that she was just someone else's medicine, this kind of straightforward person could only be explained by an earthworm that has turned into a spirit. This was today's chapter of 5,500 words, chapter 1498, Diamond and Porcelain Work. Reminder, monthly votes and recommendation votes. 5,500 words was actually equivalent to 2 chapters. Mwah. Chapter 15:10. As soon as Gu Nianji finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Many people were having a hard time holding it in. Old Master Qin's expression darkened. Zhao Liangzi couldn't help it. He stood up and held back his laughter. Excuse me. After leaving the small meeting room, he rubbed his stomach and laughed so hard that he couldn't stand still. Ha 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 ha, an earthworm has become a spirit, an earthworm has become a spirit. This girl's words are poisonous. The other people in the meeting room were older than him. They were all old foxes, so they could still hold it in. Only Qin Yaoguang was furious. Her expression changed drastically. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple were all present. It could be said that she was very angry. She stood up with a swoosh and kicked Gu Nianji, who was sitting next to her. She said in a low voice, "Is that how you talk to your biological mother? Why did I give birth to you in the first place?" If it weren't for the fact that her hands were still wrapped in bandages, based on her personality, she would have slapped her. Now that she couldn't hit with her hands, she could only kick with her feet. Gu Nianji hadn't expected Qin Yaoguang to be so straightforward that she would kick her in front of so many people. However, it was obvious that Qin Yaoguang didn't have any martial arts background, so this kick looked domineering. In fact, with Gu Nianji's skills, she could have dodged it. However, the small meeting room was crowded with people. Next to her was Lu Yuan, the chairman and CEO of the Lu Corporation. If she dodged, Qin Yaoguang's kick would have landed on the CEO. Gu Nianji didn't want others to take the blame for her, so she could only quickly turn her head away. She planned to use her back to withstand Qin Yaoguang's fierce kick. Unexpectedly, her seat was suddenly dragged by a strong force. The entire seat slid backward and then stopped. Her shoulder was held tightly by someone, so she didn't fall off the seat due to the inertia. Qin Yaoguang kicked out, but she didn't expect to kick empty air. Unable to stop his momentum in time, he fell hard onto the ground without a care for his image. Yaoguang. Dean Qin. Dean Qin, are you okay? The people from the Qin Corporation immediately surrounded her. With Secretary Fang as the leader, they helped Qin Yaoguang up. Qin Yaoguang's hair was messy, and her forehead was covered in beads of sweat. She glared in Gu Nianji's direction and gritted her teeth, as if she had a deep grudge against her. Gu Nianji shrugged and said innocently, "Everyone saw it. She was the one who started it. She wanted to kick me, but I just dodged to prevent her from doing so." After saying that, she turned to look at the person who had just saved her. Her big bright eyes were filled with gratitude. "Director Lu, thank you for saving me. Otherwise, Madame Qin's kick would have killed me or crippled me." The corners of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, Qin Yaoguang's kick would at most leave a footprint on her back. If she wasn't dead, she would be crippled. That woman might not be that capable. However, he also knew that because of his interference, Qin Yaoguang had not been able to kick Gu Nianji down. Instead, she had fallen to the ground with a big split. Not only had she made a fool of herself, but she had also likely sprained her leg bone. Under such circumstances, of course, the more serious the consequences of Qin Yaoguang's attempt to kick Gu Nianji, the better. He withdrew his hand from Gu Nianji's shoulder and nodded with a smile. He said gently, "When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help. Don't take it to heart. I believe that no matter who is sitting in my position, they will save you." His voice wasn't very deep, but it had a magnetism that tugged at one's heartstrings. His tone was also gentle, which formed a strong contrast with his tall and stalwart figure. Not to mention that handsome face, it was so charming that it didn't even know it. Gu Nianji, who was obsessed with his voice and looks, secretly gave President Liu a thumbs up in her heart. Old Master Qin's expression changed again before he scolded Qin Yaoguang. You're too reckless. How can you lay your hands on your own daughter? No matter how harsh she says, you can only endure it. Who asked you to be a parent? Do you think it's that easy to be a mother? What did I teach you in the past? What did your mother teach you when she was alive? I really can't afford to have this daughter. Qin Yaoguang's eyes were like cold stars as she glanced at everyone in the meeting room. Her gaze swept past Lu Yuan's face and finally returned to Gu Nianji's face. Everyone saw how she humiliated me in public. It seems like we really aren't compatible. Whatever happens to you in the future has nothing to do with me. Don't use my name to swindle people outside. I'm sorry to disappoint you, President Liu. I'll still say the same thing. I've never treated her as my biological daughter. Gu Nianji's heart burned when she heard this, and she interrupted her without hesitation. Mrs. Qin, you've said it many times, and I'll tell you again. I've never known you, nor have I ever treated you as my biological mother. You keep saying that you don't treat me as your biological daughter, but you keep going around proclaiming that I'm your biological daughter. What do you mean by that? If you don't say it, no one will know. But not only did you proclaim it everywhere, but you also interfered in my business. I'm warning you, I've tolerated you for a long time. If you dare to touch me again, I'll make you an internet celebrity in the entire Huaxia Empire, a biological mother who humiliates her biological daughter in every possible way. I'll make your name go down in history. Gu Nianji stood up and gently patted the non-existent dust off her sleeves, as if she couldn't wait to dust Qin Yaoguang off like dust. Qin Yaoguang glared at Gu Nianji and said in disbelief, "Are you threatening me? Is that how you talk to your biological mother?" Mrs. Qin, you just said that you've never treated me as your biological daughter, and now you're saying that I'm talking to my biological mother. What do you mean? Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Or do you mean that you don't have to treat me as your biological daughter, but I have to treat you as my biological mother, and you can hit and scold me as you please, right? Qin Yaoguang sneered. It's good that you know your limits. I really don't treat you as my biological daughter, but I did give birth to you, so how dare you not treat me as your biological mother? Clap clap clap. Gu Nianji stood up and raised her hand to clap a few times. A smile appeared on her face. Mrs. Qin, it's a good thing you're a doctor, not a lawyer, and not a real scientist with your ability to pester people endlessly. Your logic is so lousy that it's earth-shattering. Did I say something wrong? Qin Yaoguang looked at the people in the conference room. You guys be the judge. What did I say wrong? I'm a mother, and she's a daughter. Can she erase this fact? Yes, you're a mother. You can refuse to acknowledge me as your daughter, but as your daughter, I can't refuse to acknowledge you as my mother. Isn't that what you mean? Gu Nianji put her hands behind her back and stood up straight. She looked at Qin Yaoguang like lightning. Qin Yaoguang's lips parted and she frowned. She said vaguely, if you really treated me as your mother, would you have said such disgusting things just now? If you treated me as your mother, would I not treat you as my biological daughter? In one sentence, she had confused the relationship between the two of them into that Qin Yaoguang, her mother, didn't acknowledge her because Gu Nianji was unfilial. Gu Nianji actually wanted nothing more than to draw a clear line between her and Qin Yaoguang. She could even go to court to break off their mother-daughter relationship. However, she couldn't let others think that she was unfilial, so Qin Yaoguang didn't not acknowledge her. As a lawyer, she couldn't let her private morals have such a flaw. Gu Nianji tilted her head in amusement. Mrs. Qin, are you saying that I'm unfilial, so you don't treat me as your biological daughter? You know very well whether you're filial or not. Qin Yaoguang calmed down and sat back in her chair. Her legs were aching, and it was all because of this wretched girl. Gu Nianji saw that Qin Yaoguang had fallen for her trap and immediately said, "That's strange. How am I unfilial? Can you explain it to everyone? I won't take the blame for something I don't understand. Do you want me to explain it?" Qin Yaoguang narrowed her eyes and said with a half-smile, "Where have you been all these years? Why did you leave my side and run away with someone? Do you want me to say it?" She was certain that Gu Nianji wouldn't tell everyone about the parallel space, so she brazenly hinted to everyone that it was Gu Nianji who was disobedient, that she, as a mother, wouldn't acknowledge her. Even if Gu Nianji was stupid and dared to tell everyone about the parallel space, Qin Yaoguang would have even more reason to make Gu Nianji undergo a memory removal surgery. In short, she wouldn't be at ease keeping this daughter by her side unless she had a memory removal surgery. Gu Nianji instantly understood Qin Yaoguang's intentions. She was certain that Gu Nianji wouldn't dare to tell her where she had been these past few years to prove her innocence, so she dared to distort the truth. But since Gu Nianji had dug this trap, how could she not have considered this problem? This time, she wanted to shut Qin Yaoguang's mouth once and for all so that she wouldn't dare to bring up the matter of her biological daughter again. Gu Nianji stopped smiling, and her expression became even more pitiful. "Mrs. Qin, what do you mean? Are you saying that I haven't been by your side for the past few years and haven't fulfilled my obligation to support you? That's why you don't like me?" Qin Yaoguang was about to nod when she suddenly thought of Gu Nianji's age. Her heart skipped a beat and she realized that she had been tricked by Gu Nianji. She was about to deny it when Gu Nianji spoke before she could. "Mrs. Qin, if you don't say anything, does that mean you agree? TSK, how much do you hate me? I only turned 18 last year, which means I've only just become an adult. Do you expect a minor child to fulfill her obligation to support you? Is it interesting for you to use this excuse to cover up your felony of abandoning your biological daughter?" Gu Nianji spread her hands in front of everyone and said aggrievedly, "Everyone, listen up. I was abandoned by Mrs. Qin when I was 12 and was adopted by a kind-hearted person. I haven't been by Mrs. Qin's side for so many years, so how can I be filial to Mrs. Qin? I won't talk about Ms. Qin's ridiculous idea of having a minor to support her. But don't worry, Mrs. Qin, I won't go to court to sue you for abandonment. Just like you said, you don't have to treat me as your biological daughter, but I can't not treat you as my biological mother. I'm only thinking about going to court to sue you for abandonment and humiliating you and the Qin Corporation. I won't do it unless I'm forced into a corner. You and old Master Qin can rest assured." Gu Nianji's smile was so natural that everyone in the meeting room was stunned. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1499, Once and for All. A reminder for everyone's monthly and recommendation tickets. Today was Monday, so there were special recommendation tickets. There was an increase of 2,000 monthly tickets at 8 p.m. Mwah. Chapter 1511. Everyone in the meeting room heard very clearly that Gu Nianji was actually threatening Qin Yaoguang. If she continued to make a scene, Gu Nianji would go to court to sue her for abandonment. Gu Nianji was already an adult. Suing her for this crime was actually useless to her, but there was a potential benefit. If she won the lawsuit, Qin Yaoguang wouldn't be able to use her biological mother as an excuse to make any demands on Gu Nianji, including support. This was equivalent to breaking away from her legal mother-daughter relationship with Qin Yaoguang. Gu Nianji's birth had always been a mess. She was not a normal, legitimate child. The senior executives of the Qin Corporation knew this very well. At that time, if someone with ulterior motives took advantage of it, it would deal a heavy blow to the reputation of the Qin Corporation. It was very likely that it would directly set off a storm in the stock market. If there was a selling frenzy, each of them would have to bear a huge loss. These people were all senior executives of the Qin Group and held shares of the Qin Group in their hands. They had to think about their own interests. Moreover, Qin Yaoguang had indeed gone too far today. After being mocked by the young lady, she wanted to kick her. Not only was her mother unkind, she even accused her daughter of being unfilial. That was too much. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Qin Yaoguang could only take a deep breath and close her eyes. She didn't want to see Gu Nianji being sharp-tongued. It was her nightmare. She didn't expect to see someone sharp-tongued again after so many years. Old Master Qin saw that the mother and daughter had fallen out, so he had no choice but to mediate. Nianji, your mother was wrong. I'll teach her a lesson. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Don't worry about your mother. As he spoke, he walked over and very kindly stuffed his business card into her hand. This is a name card that I only give to my close friends and family. Keep it well. It's not easy for a young lady outside. If you don't rely on your family, should you rely on outsiders? Old Master Qin patted her on the shoulder. Gu Nianji took a step to the side and said dryly, I don't rely on others. I only rely on myself. Mr. Qin, is there anything else? If not, I'll be leaving first. She looked at her watch. 25 minutes had passed. Old Master Qin sighed. I was going to be the peacemaker today, but I didn't expect things to turn out like this. All right, you can go back first. I'll give you a call in a few days and find you a good job. How can my granddaughter work in a small law firm like that? Qin Yaoguang pursed her lips and said to Old Master Qin in a drawl, Dad, you really take her seriously. You're just a small law firm employee, but you sure are arrogant. Gu Nianji was mocked by Qin Yaoguang, but she wasn't angry at all. She seemed to have a good temper and said with a smile, Miss Qin, this isn't putting on airs. This is a professional attitude and professional ethics. Of course, different professions are worlds apart. You're a doctor, so you don't understand the rules of the lawyer profession. She glanced at the people in the conference room and saw that some people really didn't think much of her, especially the so-called senior executives of the Qin Corporation. She raised her brows and lightly smiled. Our law firm may be small, but it's registered with the Industry and Commerce Department and licensed by the Bar Association. We're not a private hospital that disregards the law. If we don't take ourselves seriously, how can we expect others to take us seriously? Qin Yaoguang's pupils constricted as she said coldly, Who are you saying is ignoring the law? I'm talking about whichever private hospital is ignoring the law. Gu Nianji raised her chin slightly with a haughty attitude. You think you can spout nonsense just because you're a lawyer? Be careful or I'll sue you for slander. Qin Yaoguang said coldly. Her eyes were abnormally cold, and she looked at her like she was looking at a lab rat. Gu Nianji chuckled and shook her head. Miss Qin, you really know how to splash dirty water on your own head. I said private hospitals that disregard the law, but I didn't mention your Qin Corporation's private hospital. There are so many private hospitals in the Huaxia Empire. Why do you think I'm talking about your hospital? Don't tell me, you have a guilty conscience. Gu Nianji. Miss Gu, be careful with your words. Don't talk nonsense. The senior executives of the Qin Corporation and Qin Yaoguang sternly criticized Gu Nianji, as if she had said something treasonous. Gu Nianji shrugged. Do you have to be so guilty? When I said that it was a private hospital that disregarded the law, all of you jumped up like mad bulls that saw red. Let me tell you, I'm a lawyer. The more you act like this, the more curious I am. She dragged out her voice with a sly expression. Her eyes were fearless, and she could even look at Old Master Qin for a long time. Old Master Qin looked at her for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. The younger generation will surpass the older. The younger generation will surpass the older. The Qin Corporation has a successor. We have a successor. Gu Nianji. It's over. Did she make this old man lose his mind from anger? Gu Nianji frowned slightly and looked at old Master Qin suspiciously. The president of the Lu Corporation, Lu Yuan, said leisurely, Lawyer Gu is very ambitious. Back then, I was also poor and started from scratch. I relied entirely on myself to achieve what I have today. After so many years in society, I only have one thought: don't bully a young man for being poor. He took the initiative to reach out his hand to Gu Nianji. His attitude was very humble. Lawyer Gu, our company has been talking about a new law firm recently. We're recruiting more than one partner. If you're interested, you might as well join the bidding. Gu Nianji was overjoyed. She shook Lu Yuan's hand a few times. CEO Lu, is what you said true? I'm an honest person. I'll take anything you say seriously. How could I not keep my word in front of so many people from the Qin Corporation? Lu Yuan smiled. The most important thing in business is credibility, especially since we're in the business of cybersecurity. We know the importance of credibility more than anyone else. Okay. I'll go back and check your company's bidding requirements and make a bid right away. Gu Nianji was so excited that she couldn't wait to go back and start working. This was her first big deal in this side of the world. If it succeeded, their small law firm would be able to upgrade their shotguns in minutes. She could also immediately talk to Jin Dazhuang about the partnership. At that time, she would no longer be a small employee who worked with others. She would also be a boss. Gu Nianji's heart finally calmed down. She hated that kind of floating state. She was like duckweed without a foundation. Okay, I'll wait for your good news. Lu Yuan took good care of her and personally walked her out of the conference room. You work in this building, right? Gu Nianji nodded. I'm on the second floor, at the Jin law firm. She added, Jin Dazhuang is a good person. No one else dares to hire me. He's the only one who gave me a job. Lu Yuan curled his lips. Lawyer Jin is indeed a good person. Lawyer Gu, go back and discuss it with Lawyer Jin. The bidding ends next week. Ha! In such a hurry. I'll go prepare right away. Please give me a chance. Gu Nianji bowed to Lu Yuan to thank him. After Lu Yuan sent her off, he returned to the conference room and said to old Master Qin, your daughter is as stubborn as your granddaughter. Yes, I can't help it. Old Master Qin secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Yuan didn't mind. Gu Nianji's promotion today was unexpected. Old Master Qin really cherished talent. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Yuan, he left the Lu Corporation building with his own people. After getting into his car, he said to Qin Yaoguang lightly, don't make things difficult for that child anymore. I want to observe her carefully. Dad. You don't really want her to be your successor, do you? Qin Yaoguang's eyes widened. What's so outstanding about her? Do you all treat her like a treasure? Don't worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Old Master Qin glared at her. Mind your own business. You don't have to worry about anything else. Gu Nianji returned to her law firm and told Jin Dazhuang that the Lu Corporation was talking about a new law firm. She wanted to try out the bid. Jin Dazhuang was shocked and said, do you know how big the Lu Corporation is? Why would they take a fancy to small potatoes like us? Lawyer Jin, I know, but they won't only work with one law firm, will they? We just need to take a small part of their business, and it'll be enough for us to grow stronger. Don't you want to make a small law firm into a big law firm? With all due respect, the difference between us and a big law firm is only the number of people we hire. Our professional standards aren't inferior to theirs at all. Gu Nianji dared to say such big words because she had just gone through a large-scale selection in the other world and formed her own team. She knew who a large team needed and how to select them. Moreover, Jean Dazhuang in the other world was a big law firm's lawyer. In terms of professional standards, the two of them were on par. The only difference was their fate. She patted Jean Dazhuang, who was almost petrified. "Lawyer Jean, we can do it. All the best." The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, was also extremely excited. She jumped over and said, "I knew I wouldn't be a receptionist in this small law firm for the rest of my life. This is a good opportunity for a small law firm to become a big law firm." Jean Dazhuang looked at the two energetic young women and was also encouraged. He nodded and said, "Looks like I'm really old. I'm not as determined as you guys. Okay, then let's work together and try to take down a part of the Lu Corporation's legal business." This was today's second monthly vote of 2000 plus updates, Chapter 1500, Don't Bully the Young Poor. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes. Today was Monday, especially recommendation votes. Mwah. Chapter 1512. For the next week, Gu Nianji was completely immersed in drafting the bid document. She worked overtime from dawn to dusk, and only slept 2 to 3 hours a day. By the end of the week, she finally finished the entire bid document. Looking at her watch, it was already 10 a.m. She could finally sleep before 4 a.m. that day. After a whole day, she still drank some milk in the morning. Her stomach growled, so she put on her coat and headphones. Listening to music, she went downstairs to buy a wonton from the all-night shop. She also took the opportunity to get some fresh air. Running between the office and the apartment every day was exhausting. In front of the shop, several couples were waiting in line for supper. They snuggled up to each other and only had eyes for each other when they talked. When they were happy, they kissed and unscrupulously displayed the beauty of youth and the sweetness of love under the night sky. Gu Nianji accidentally saw it, and her heart suddenly ached like a needle. She used to have such a beautiful life. She used to have a man she loved. The feelings that had been suppressed for a long time finally exploded that night. She looked up at the night sky. In the dark blue sky, a lone star shone in the sky. Her headphones were playing the single, If Love Had Providence, on repeat recently. On this lonely night, it made her tears flow like a fountain. The star in the sky appeared. "Do you know that I'm starting to miss it again, how much love can only look at each other from afar, like the moonlight shining on the sea." He Jichu sat in the car and quietly watched Gu Nianji's thin figure under the night sky. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes deepened. After a while, he opened the car door and walked to Gu Nianji's side. He reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. He took off one of her headphones and put it in his ear to listen to music with her. Gu Nianji had stayed up for several nights and happened to be in a state of extreme longing. For a moment, she was in a daze. She saw a tall figure in military uniform standing beside her, and Hu Xiaoheng's handsome features immediately appeared in her mind. She watched in a daze as he bent over with a smile and took away one of her headphones. "Hu Xiao, you're here," she murmured. Her bright eyes were unfocused, but she saw someone else through He Jichu. He Jichu tightened his grip and didn't say anything. He pressed her head against his chest. He was wearing a military uniform. He was tall and had a wide leather belt around his thin waist. His face was cold and indifferent. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the couples in the queue before and after them hid far away. Gu Nianji's shoulder hurt from He Jichu's grip. When she came back to her senses, she saw that the person in front of her was not Hu Xiaoheng, but He Jichu. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes as if nothing had happened and whispered, "Young Master He, why are you here?" He Jichu stroked her head and said coldly, "I missed you, so I came." Gu Nianji, she averted her gaze and purposely changed the topic. She muttered. You only know how to play for privileges. He-ji-chu, what a heartless little fellow. Who was he trying to get special privileges for? Recalling how Gu Nianji had mistaken him for someone else, He-ji-chu was so angry that his liver hurt. But what could he do? Of course he forgave her. He-ji-chu didn't say anything else and followed her in line. When they arrived at the store, he bought 2 bowls of wontons to go. He carried 2 plastic bags in one hand and held Gu Nianji's hand in the other as he walked back to her apartment with her. Perhaps it was because it was the middle of the night, when people were the most vulnerable, Gu Nianji didn't shake his hand off. Instead, she allowed him to hold her hand as they walked into the elevator. Gu Nianji turned off the song player on her phone and took her other headphone back. She took the opportunity to pull her hand away and asked, "What are you doing here?" He-ji-chu raised an eyebrow. Gu Nianji immediately said, "Don't say that you missed me. That's a terrible reason. Do you think I'll believe you?" He-ji-chu looked at her silently for a while and curled his lips. A smile flashed across his sparkling almond-shaped eyes as he said, "Yes, you're indeed very smart. I'm here on business." That's more like it. Gu Nianji became proud of herself. She raised her right index and middle fingers and pointed at her eyes. "My eyes aren't for show. No matter what kind of monster or snake they are, they can't escape my sharp eyes." He-ji-chu's expression was cold. "Sister. Gu Nianji, if you don't get beaten up for 3 days, you're going to tear the roof tiles apart, aren't you?" Gu Nianji giggled and cupped her hands. "I'm used to saying that. Don't blame me, young Master He. Calling me young Master He is too formal." He-ji-chu leaned against the inner wall of the elevator with 2 plastic bags in one hand and one hand on the armrest. He crossed his long legs in front of him and smiled faintly. "Call me Brother He. Gu Nianji. Young Master He, your appearance is an eyesore. When you called yourself sister just now, I didn't say that you were an eyesore." He-ji-chu glanced at her. His sparkling almond-shaped eyes contained emotions that Gu Nianji couldn't understand. Gu Nianji shrugged. All right, she had indeed taken advantage of He-ji-chu just now. "Brother He, you're a magnanimous person. Don't lower yourself to my level." Gu Nianji bowed, making He-ji-chu purse his lips and laugh. His expression had always been cold and indifferent, but when he smiled, it was as if the ice had suddenly broken and the spring water had melted. It was extremely beautiful. Gu Nianji quickly looked away and lowered her head to ponder He-ji-chu's intentions. The elevator dinged as they arrived at their floor. He-ji-chu walked out first. He stood at the door and waited for Gu Nianji to open the door. Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at him and smiled. "Don't you have a key?" She knew that although she had come to Sea City to live alone, He-ji-chu and He-ching-jin's men had been secretly protecting her at all times. Of course, it could also be said that they were monitoring her. She didn't believe that these people didn't have a key to the house she rented. Of course He-ji-chu had a key, but how could he take it out in front of Gu Nianji to open the door? Just like when Gu Nianji was there, Hu Xiaoheng also had a key to the place where she lived, but he had never used it without her consent. He-ji-chu looked at the door lock and gestured for Gu Nianji to open the door. Gu Nianji nodded and walked over to open the door. She smiled and said, "My house is very small. It can't even compare to the small closet where young Master He keeps his shoes." He-ji-chu didn't say anything and followed her in. He put down the 2 plastic bags and walked around Gu Nianji's room. The 1-bedroom, 1 living room was less than 50 square meters. It was indeed very small, but it was enough for one person to live in. The furnishings and appliances in the room were all newly bought. It was obvious that they weren't cheap. Under the most difficult circumstances, Gu Nianji didn't make her life difficult. This was also Gu Nianji's characteristic. She had always been a very optimistic girl. He Jichu took out a bowl and chopsticks and called Gu Nianji over to eat the wontons. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "You've become the host. Eat it, you're so talkative." He Jichu took a few wontons from his bowl and gave them to Gu Nianji. "The wontons here are really good. They're the best in Sea City. You're quite lucky." Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and smiled. She wouldn't tell He Jichu that there was also such a delicious wonton shop in Sea City in the other world. It was hidden in the streets and alleys of Nanjing. Although the address was different, the name of the wonton shop was exactly the same. The taste was also very similar. After eating the wontons, Gu Nianji felt sleepy. She had stayed up for too long and couldn't take it anymore. She yawned and asked He Jichu, "Are you going back to your base or to the hotel?" "I'm going to sleep. I haven't slept well for a few days. To be honest, looking at you feels like I'm dreaming. It doesn't feel real." He Jichu knew that she was working hard, so he couldn't help saying, "Nianji, come back with me. Why are you working so hard? If you want to be a lawyer, I'll transfer my mother's shares to you. The major shareholder of the largest law firm in the country is my mother." Of course, it was under his name now. Gu Nianji was a little awake. She rubbed her temples and said, "Young Master He, I have my own goals. I won't sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Don't worry, I'm not angry with Wen Shui. Who does she think she is to be angry with me? I just hope to use my own abilities to earn a place here." How could He Jichu not understand Gu Nianji's thoughts? He just felt too sorry for her. After trying to persuade her, he gave up when he saw that she insisted on not accepting it. He patted her head. "Rest early. I'm going back to the imperial capital overnight." Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "Why are you in such a hurry?" She couldn't help showing a hint of wanting him to stay. After all, in this unfamiliar world, He Jichu was the person she was most familiar with. He Jichu's gloomy mood suddenly improved because of her words. "You don't want me to leave? Then I'll stay." He took a step forward and said tentatively. Gu Nianji quickly retreated and waved her hands. "No, no, no. I was just saying. If you have something to do, go do it. Don't delay work." She paused for a moment and said sadly, "If it was Major General Hua, he would definitely put work first and I would follow." He Jichu's expression suddenly changed, and his heart ached. Did she love that person that much? She loved him so much that she was willing to endure his neglect of her. Even when they were far apart, she could still take it out and chew it over and over again, turning the bitterness into sweetness. He Jichu clenched his fists. There was no hurry. He had a lifetime to make Gu Nianji realize that not only was his love for her no less than Hua Xiaoheng's, but it was even greater. "Are you stupid?" He Jichu stopped in his tracks and put his hands in the pockets of his military pants. The corners of his mouth twitched. "What's there to think about? Let me ask you, do you need my help with the Lu Corporation's business?" Gu Nianji immediately perked up when she heard He Jichu talk about work. She shook her head and said, "No need, no need. I've already prepared the bid. Don't interfere. This is my own network, and I have to manage it myself. If you interfere, I'll resign and leave this place immediately." He Jichu didn't say anything else when he saw how determined she was. Moreover, he knew Gu Nianji's ability. If no one deliberately obstructed her, she would be able to climb very high on her own. "Okay, keep working hard. I'm leaving." He Jichu opened his arms to her. "Give brother He a loving hug, okay?" Gu Nianji looked at him and slowly moved closer. She blinked her big bright eyes and said with a smile, as a little sister, "Give brother He a friendly hug, okay?" He Jichu's outstretched arm stiffened, but he couldn't bear to put it down. Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and hugged him gently. She whispered, "Brother He, if only you were really my brother." This was the first update of the day, chapter 1501, If Love Had Providence. If Love Had Providence was a song by the singer Li Jian. It was very nice to listen to. Yes, next is the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. Why are you asking for votes? Because there are two important rankings. Although the Major General's ranking is already very low, Nianji refuses to give up. So, don't give up either. There will be an extra update at 8 p.m. It will be a special extra update for my book friend, Guixia. Such a good book friend, who is full of enthusiasm in the book review section, has to be added. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1513. I'm your brother He, not your biological brother. You have to understand. He Jichu was moved to refuse. Gu Nianji let go of her hand in embarrassment and stole a glance at He Jichu. She saw that he was looking down and expressionless, so she had no choice but to find a way out. I was just saying. The He family has such a high threshold, I can't get in either. Young Master He, please don't take offense. I'm not that lucky to be young Master He's biological sister. He Jichu's brows gradually furrowed. He grabbed Gu Nianji's hand and pressed it against his chest. He whispered, "Don't play dumb. Don't you know what I mean?" Gu Nianji blinked her large eyes vigorously, her long eyelashes fluttering like two rows of tiny fans. Her curvy lips curled up cutely, revealing faint dimples at the corners of her lips. Young Master He, have you forgotten? Didn't you say you wanted me to treat you as a brother? You're not keeping your word. She was referring to the time in the other world. He Jichu was momentarily speechless. That was then, this was now. At that time, he had made up his mind not to come back. Of course, he could only settle for the next best thing, which was to be Gu Nianji's only family member and watch her and Hua Xiaoheng be together. But now, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't come over, and Gu Nianji couldn't go over either. So why couldn't he be with her? He Jichu gazed at Gu Nianji's faint smile and caressed her face. I know it's too early to say this, but no matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. With that, he immediately turned to leave. His footsteps seemed a little panicked. Gu Nianji stared blankly at He Jichu's back for a long time before closing the door. Leaning against the door, she looked at her room. Although it was decorated almost exactly the same as her small apartment, she knew that it was different. No matter how similar it was still different. He Jichu rushed back to the imperial capital overnight. It was already 2 in the morning by the time he got home. He entered the house and casually asked, "Is my dad asleep?" The orderly quickly said, "Sir, General, he is still in the study." "You're still up so late?" He Jichu frowned. "Didn't I tell you?" He wanted to urge the bureau chief to rest early. "He's not in good health." "Sir, we urged you to come back, but every time you wanted to come back, he would wait for you." He Jichu closed his eyes and asked, "Other people? Are they all back?" The orderly looked at He Jichu carefully and pondered for a moment before asking. "Are you referring to Mrs. Qin?" "She's not back yet." He Jichu's expression instantly turned cold. "Who told you to talk about Mrs. Qin?" There was only one Madame Qin in this family, and that was his mother, Qin Suan. Qin Yaoguang had married into the family when he wasn't at home. He Jichu didn't believe that his father, He Qingjian, hadn't instructed him to address her. The orderly scratched his head and whispered. It was Miss Wen's order. We used to call her Auntie Qin, but when Miss Wen was around, Auntie Chin was a form of address between relatives. We had to call Auntie Chin Mrs. Chin. He Ji-chu snorted. When Shuyi is no longer a military personnel, nor is she my personal secretary. Pass down the order. Her words are invalid. The orderly quickly saluted and said loudly, "Yes, sir." After giving instructions to the family, He Ji-chu went straight to Yi Qingjin's study on the second floor and gently rang the doorbell. He Qingjin saw from the video that it was He Ji-chu who had returned and quickly pressed the button to open the door. The door to the study opened silently. He Ji-chu walked in and closed the door. He Ji-chu walked around the multi-treasure pavilion that was used as a partition and walked into the inner room. He saw He Qingjin sitting behind the desk and looking up at him with his presbyopic glasses. He took off his glasses and smiled as he pointed at the chair in front of him. "Sit, Ah-chu. I'm very happy that you came back so late to see me. He Ji-chu, I guess you won't be happy later." He placed the evidence he had brought back from Sea City on He Qingjin's desk. It was just a small flash drive. "Dad, I went to Sea City and learned something interesting. I wonder if you're interested in taking a look." He tapped the desk with his hand and asked calmly. "What is it?" "If you think it's interesting, then it must be very interesting." He Qingjin chuckled as he plugged the flash drive into his laptop and pressed play. He Ji-chu leaned back in his chair and placed his hands on the armrests. He said coldly, "This is what my people found out. Look at what your precious wife has done since Nianji went to Sea City." He Qingjin looked at the evidence displayed on the computer. She had instructed Wen Shui to call the 4 big law firms in Sea City and hinted at them not to hire Gu Nianji. She had gone to Sea City with old Master Qin to apologize, but it was actually a humiliation. After being humiliated by Gu Nianji's rebuttal, she was still unwilling to give up and tried to create a bigger obstacle, but was stopped by old Master Qin. He Qingjin's expression darkened. "So, she still interfered in Nianji's matter?" "Yes, that day, you personally promised Nianji that you wouldn't interfere in her affairs outside. You also guaranteed for Mrs. Qin and Wen Shui that the two of them wouldn't interfere in her affairs." He Ji-chu's voice became colder as he said mockingly, "But now you see, the two of them are pretending to be obedient. They don't even take your words to heart." He Qingjin stared intently at the video of Gu Nianji arguing with Qin Yaoguang in the conference room alone. He couldn't look away at all. When he heard Gu Nianji say that Qin Yaoguang was an earthworm that had turned into a spirit, he couldn't help laughing. He pointed at Gu Nianji's image on the computer screen and said with a smile, "This child is so mischievous. How could she even think of that?" He Ji-chu didn't laugh at all. He looked at He Qingjin coldly. "You think it's funny? You think it's funny to see so many grown men threatening a little girl? What's the hurry?" He Qingjin rolled his eyes at He Ji-chu unhappily. "Look, she didn't lose out. Let me tell you, a person can only become a superior person if they can remain calm in the face of danger, remain calm in the face of poverty, and remain calm in the face of success. Nianji is really a piece of unpolished jade." He looked at her thoughtfully. "She is indeed worthy of the position of young madam of the He family. Even if she isn't that capable, she can still take the responsibility. Because other than her, I won't marry anyone else," He Ji-chu said casually, as if it would rain on a cloudy day and the sun would shine on a sunny day. He Qingjin glared at him. "Do you think I'm blind and can't see it? Otherwise, why would I go through so much effort to get her back?" He Ji-chu was speechless. He raised his left index finger and rubbed it against his nose. He coughed lightly. "She's a qualified young madam." "What about madam? Do you think she's qualified?" It was obvious that the she He Ji-chu was referring to wasn't Gu Nianji, but Qin Yaoguang. He Qingjin's eyes drooped in disbelief. "I thought she was just a straightforward person who didn't have so many twists and turns in her mind as a researcher." I really didn't expect her to be able to bully Ninji like this. It's a little too much. Yes, she can choose not to treat Ninji as her own daughter, but she has no reason to treat Ninji as her enemy. Hijichu slammed the desk and said angrily, how could she not know what it means for a young person who has just started her career to prevent her from finding a good job? She keeps saying that she doesn't treat her as her own daughter, but whenever something happens, she has to mention it. She's afraid that others won't know that Ninji is her daughter. Hijichu lowered his voice. Haven't you ever advised her not to go crazy? Qingjian smiled bitterly. Before Ninji came back, she didn't go crazy. Hijichu, Gu Xiangguan had sent Gu Ninji to their house when she was 6 years old. In the past 6 years, the number of times Qin Yaoguang had visited her could be counted on one hand. At that time, she had treated Gu Ninji with a business-like attitude. Although she wasn't enthusiastic, she wasn't as overboard as she was now. She hadn't expected that 7 years later, when Gu Ninji, who had grown up, returned, she couldn't even maintain a business-like attitude. Hijichu stood up. I still plan to move out. Dad, I don't want to interfere with your life. Please don't interfere with me in the future. Really, it's good for me, for you, and for this family if I move out. Achoo. Qingjian quickly stood up and looked at him anxiously. I haven't said my decision yet. Why are you in such a hurry? I have no intention of forcing you to make any decision for me. Hijichu looked at his father calmly. Really, I just can't control myself. Especially after seeing the video of her trying to beat Ninji up, I can't bear to live under the same roof as Mrs. Qin as if nothing had happened. Only now do I understand why Ninji really wants to leave this family. Hijichu was a little disappointed. In the end, he still couldn't give her a true sense of security. She couldn't relax like she did when she lived by Hu Xiaohing's side. But it didn't matter. This also explained why Ninji couldn't fall in love with him yet. If he knew what he was lacking, he would be able to correct it and do better. When that day came, it would be natural for them to be together. The next day, Qingjian sat in his bulletproof car and went to the He family cemetery. The best grave in the cemetery was for Qin Suan, and the one next to it was for himself. He placed a bouquet of flowers in front of Qin Suan's tombstone. Qingjian took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the photo on Qin Suan's tombstone. The woman in the photo had a plain appearance. She had thin eyebrows, light-colored lips, and a slightly high nose. However, it was a little abrupt on her relatively flat oval face. Her eyes were neither big nor small, and her eyelids were always drooping. She looked at people as if she was mocking them. No one would have thought that this kind of appearance would make Qingjian, the only son of the He family, who was elegant, handsome, and arrogant, fall in love with her. He loved her so much that he couldn't extricate himself. He had even broken off the engagement with his fiancée, Qin Yaoguang, who was from the famous Qin family and was even more beautiful, and married Qin Suan, an orphan girl from the Qin orphanage. However, Qingjian knew that his wife was intelligent. He didn't even think that she wasn't good-looking at all. In his eyes, her thin eyebrows were like distant mountains, her light-colored lips were like clear water hibiscus, her tall nose was imposing, and her mocking expression had personality. Not to mention that when she shone in court, she was simply charming. He looked at his wife's photo and said in a low voice, Suan, I know you don't like to owe people favors. Yaoguang saved Jichu's life, but I can't let Jichu be unhappy because of outsiders. I think you'll understand. After returning from the cemetery, he went to the Qin family's private hospital to see Qin Yaoguang. Qin Yaoguang had just returned from Sea City and planned to stay in the hospital for a few days before going home. When she heard that Qingjian had come to see her, she was so happy that she didn't even comb her hair. She ran to the door barefoot and reached out her hand happily. Qingjian, you're here to see me. Qingjian nodded and didn't hold her hand. He said lightly, how's your injury? Her hand was already much better. There was only a light layer of gauze wrapped around her palm. Qin Yaguang's heart was even sweeter. She smiled and walked in with him. I'm much better. When Shi walked out of Qin Yaguang's ward and said with a smile, General, he is here. Qingjian glanced at Qin Yaguang. Qin Yaguang quickly said, Shi is my assistant now. Qingjian grunted and didn't go in. He said, that's good. Ask her to go to the He family's house to pack up your things and take them all away. Huh? Why do you want to take them away? Qin Yaguang was a little dumbfounded. She had just fallen from the great ecstasy of Qingjian taking the initiative to see her. Her mind was in a daze and she couldn't think. There are some problems between us that we can't get along with. We'll live separately for the time being. Qingjian said this and turned to leave. This was today's second update for the book Friend, Guixia, chapter 1502, That Time. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes, monthly votes and recommendation votes. Don't be careless and throw them over. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1514. Qin Yaguang froze. She stared at Qingjian for a long time before muttering, why? What problems do we need to solve? Tell me, I'll definitely change. Qingjian wasn't a young man who had just fallen in love. Now that he saw that Qin Yaguang was almost 50 years old and was still talking like an 18 or 19-year-old girl, he found it even more ridiculous. He said calmly, I'm already so old. If I could change, I would have changed long ago. This sentence was like a giant meteorite falling from the sky, smashing Qin Yaguang until she was dizzy and her face flushed red. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wen Shi hurriedly said, you guys go in and talk. I'll ask the doctor if I can be discharged. She didn't want to witness Qin Yaguang's embarrassing side here. Qin Yaguang had already ordered her around as a servant. If she didn't know what to do, she probably wouldn't even be able to be a servant anymore. After Wen Shi left, Qin Yaguang heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to expose her unbearable side to others. In her life, she had only lowered her head in front of Qingjian. Qingjian thought for a moment before following her into Qin Yaguang's ward and sitting down in front of her. Brother really, you can't be like this. Qin Yaguang's eyes gradually turned red, and she spoke very slowly. How did I make you angry? I really don't understand. Others might not know how I've treated you all these years, but don't tell me you don't know. Qingjian was touched when he thought about how Qin Yaguang had waited for him for decades. But that was all. He was not moved to the extent of having feelings for her. You were indeed very good to me at first. Qingjian sighed. But you treated your own daughter, big brother he. Could it be because of Ninji? Qin Yaguang's heart sank, and she became even more nervous. Is it because of Ninji? Yes. Qingjian was very honest with her. What you promised me was all against my will. You know, I usually don't think badly of others, but once I find out that they're not what they seem to be, I'll definitely think of the worst. That is to say, he would not prejudge anyone as a bad person until he found out what was really bad about the person. Qin Yaguang was so angry and anxious that she couldn't even speak clearly. Brother I had no choice. When I see her, I can't control myself. Qingjian frowned slightly. I don't understand. As soon as I saw her, I felt like I'd betrayed you. Qin Yaguang's eyes were brimming with tears. Her exquisite lips kept opening and closing, making one feel pity for her. Qingjian was stunned. He looked up and said, no way. When you saw Nianji, why did you feel like you betrayed me? Because I'm yours. I'm yours alone, but I gave birth to a child with someone else. Qin Yaoguang held her chest. Brother He, is it because of this that you don't want to be with me? What nonsense are you talking about? He Qingjian finally understood and was speechless. If it weren't for Nianji, you would never have had the chance to marry into the He family. I hope you understand that. Qin Yaoguang's eyes dimmed in an instant. She was silent for a long time before saying, so all the things I've done for you all these years aren't as useful as Gu Nianji. He Qingjian stood up and said coldly, you saved Ah Chu. Suwen and I are both grateful to you. This will never change, but it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want. You know me. I'm clear about public and private matters, and I won't mix them up. Qin Yaoguang's face was pale, and she smiled sadly. How did I do whatever I wanted? Didn't I just block a few of Gu Nianji's jobs? Is it worth making such a big deal out of it? You still think you're right? He Qingjian realized that Qin Yaoguang was really confused. You think you only blocked a few of Nianji's jobs, but to me, you made me break my promise. You call this making a big deal out of nothing. Who was He Qingjian? The highest leader of the Huaxia Empire's military, a person whose words carried weight. But Gu Nianji is my daughter. Qin Yaoguang was still indignant. I'm doing it for her own good. What's the point of being in that place? Only when she can't survive in Sea City will she think of coming back to beg us. Only then will she obediently marry Jichu. Brother He, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? The more He Qingjian listened, the more annoyed he became. What do you mean? In your eyes, is my son that bad? Do you have to use such a shameful method to force Nianji to submit? How can she really fall in love with him if you do this? Qin Yaoguang, are you really an earthworm that has turned into a spirit? Not only have your intestines been penetrated to the end, but even your brain has been penetrated. What did you say? Qin Yaoguang's expression changed drastically. She looked at He Qingjian in disbelief. How did you know? You sent someone to spy on me. You have a video. Qin Yaoguang immediately understood what the problem was when she heard, an earthworm that has turned into a spirit. This was the greatest humiliation in her life, second only to He Qingjian breaking off his engagement. He Qingjian smiled. Spy on you? You're overthinking it. I only did this to protect Nianji. If I didn't do this, I really wouldn't have known that you treated Nianji so badly. He approached her. Qin Yaoguang, what are you thinking? Gu Nianji is your biological daughter. What do you want by making things difficult for her? Can't you just turn a blind eye to her like you did before? Qin Yaoguang collapsed on the sofa and took 2 deep breaths. She turned her head and said, all right, stop talking. If we're separated, then so be it. We also need to calm down. He Qingjian nodded. Okay, hurry up and send someone to take your things away. I won't see you for now. He turned to leave, but Qin Yaoguang said faintly from behind him. You don't want me anymore. He Qingjian didn't turn around. With his back facing Qin Yaoguang, he frowned imperceptibly and said, back then, our engagement was the idea of our parents. I told you clearly from the beginning that I didn't have feelings for you. But didn't you know that I fell in love with you at first sight? Qin Yaoguang's voice was exceptionally sad and fragile. She had thought that even if she didn't feel anything at first, she would definitely feel something in the future. She wasn't wrong to think that way. There weren't many couples who fell in love at first sight. Most people fell in love with each other over time. But after I met Suwen, I finally understood what it felt like to truly love someone. He Qingjian looked up at the voice-activated light at the door of the ward. I still remember the first time I saw her. That day was the first day of school at B University. I had something to do and passed by B University. I saw everyone picking up the new students. I saw a back figure in the crowd that looked almost exactly like you. I thought it was you, so I went over and patted her shoulder to stop her. When Qin Suan turned around, He Qingjian knew that he had recognized the wrong person because the two of them looked completely different. She looked at He Qingjian in surprise and asked in amusement, "What can I do for you?" Her voice was very pleasant to the ears. It was crisp and tender with a hint of magnetism. Although she wasn't very good-looking, she was calm and polite. He Qingjian saw that he had recognized the wrong person and quickly apologized to her. She didn't mind. She smiled heartily and waved at him. Then, she dragged a large, shabby suitcase into the crowd. That was the first time they had met. He Qingjian didn't take it to heart at first. He just thought it was funny that someone's back view was so similar. When he came back and told Qin Yaoguang about it, the two of them laughed for a long time. The next time he saw Qin Suan was at the debate competition at B University. He had originally gone to support Qin Yaoguang, but he was captivated by Qin Suan's eloquence. That night, all the lights were focused on her, making her unattractive face look even more radiant. He Qingjian began to pay attention to her. He even appeared by her side intentionally or unintentionally and became friends with her. Unknowingly, his attention to her had changed. When he realized that he had truly fallen in love with this unprepossessing but extremely intelligent girl, he immediately explained the situation to his father and then broke off the engagement with the Qin family. At first, Qin Yaoguang didn't know that he had fallen in love with Qin Suan. She thought that he had fallen in love with the daughter of another aristocratic family, so she had been very remorseful. Because at that time, with the Qin family's background, her engagement with He Qingjian was a proper way to climb the social ladder. Hearing He Qingjian reminisce about the past, Qin Yaoguang's expression became even more dismal. She lowered her head and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. She sobbed and said, "So after all these years of hard work and sacrifice, I still couldn't move you. I was the one who met you first. Actually, I told you a long time ago that you don't have to waste your time on me. At that time, there were so many people pursuing you. Even that lunatic, genius had a soft spot for you. Why can't you let it go?" At that time, Qin Yaoguang was indeed a popular figure on campus. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very smart. She was a school belle in medical school, and she was engaged to He Qingjian. In the eyes of her classmates, she was a winner in life. However, He Qingjian suddenly broke off the engagement with her and turned to pursue Qin Suan, which made Qin Yaoguang disheartened. She couldn't stay in school anymore, so she had no choice but to transfer abroad to complete her medical degree. It was also because of He Qingjian's guilt towards Qin Yaoguang that the He family became the Qin family's help, allowing them to obtain a lot of benefits. If it weren't for the He family, the Qin family wouldn't have been able to develop to its current scale in more than 20 years. It was indeed my fault for breaking off the engagement back then, but in the past 20 to 30 years, your Qin family has already received enough benefits from our He family. He Qingjian was a little impatient. Even if you had married me back then, your Qin family would have only received so many benefits. So, to be honest, I don't owe you anything. Qin Yaoguang choked for a moment. She lowered her head and said, "You only know how to talk about benefits, but what about my feelings? After all these years, you really don't owe me any feelings. I can't help that." He Qingjian opened the door to the ward. "I tried to accept you. Otherwise, why would I marry you? I even agreed to let you use my frozen sperm to do a test tube baby. If that test tube had succeeded, would you not have been so heartless?" Qin Yaoguang wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. She had used He Qingjian's frozen sperm to fuse with her own egg cells to make 4 or 5 fertilized eggs. Only one of them had successfully implanted in her body. However, 2 months after the successful pregnancy, she had a natural miscarriage. She had once been so successful, but it was in this matter that she was extremely frustrated. Most people would choose to get up from where they had fallen. But she, on the other hand, fell into the same pit over and over again. He Qingjian said calmly, but it didn't work. This means that we're really not suitable for each other. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. He left Qin Yaoguang's ward. Qin Yaoguang looked at his back, her face blank. The next day was Monday. Gu Nianji brought the copy of the bid she had made and went to work in high spirits. She arrived at the second floor of the Lu Corporation building early. She saw that Jin Dazhuang and the receptionist, Xiao Zhang, were even earlier than her. She smiled and said, "You guys are also very nervous." Of course. This bid document concerns whether or not I, Xiao Zhang, will be able to make a comeback from now on. I'll be a carp that leaps through the dragon gate and successfully ascend to the front desk of a big law firm. Xiao Zhang held Gu Nianji's hand, his eyes shining with excitement. He touched the folder in her hand. I just turned the koi today. I'll share some good luck with your bid document. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1503, Good Luck for Koi. Yes, next was the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly votes and recommendation votes over. There would be a Valentine's Day update at 8 p.m. WA, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1515. Gu Nianji looked at Xiao Zhang's hand at the front desk and was speechless. Jin Dazhuang walked over with his goji berries in his hands and said slowly, I'll go with you. You've already sent the bid, right? Yes, they've already received it. Gu Nianji picked up the coffee that Xiao Zhang had made for her and took a sip. This is a copy. After they receive it, they'll screen it based on the content of the bid. If it's shortlisted, they'll receive a call today or tomorrow. That day, the three of them were not in the mood to work. They had been waiting anxiously for the call. Finally, before they got off work in the afternoon, Xiao Zhang at the front desk received a call from the Lu Corporation as he wished. Lawyer Gu. Lawyer Jean. We've been shortlisted. We'll go to the site tomorrow. Xiao Zhang at the front desk jumped and shouted. He was extremely happy. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief and quickly took a big gulp of water. She smiled and said, Look at me, I'm so nervous that I didn't even dare to drink water. I was afraid that if I drank too much water, it would delay the call. Then you can't drink water tomorrow either. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you missed the on-site bidding. Xiao Zhang took the water cup from Gu Nianji's hand seriously. Leave it with me. I'll return it to you when you pass. Gu Nianji, she knew that as long as no one got in the way, it wouldn't be a problem to get a small contract. At 9:00 on Tuesday morning, Gu Nianji and Jin Dazhuang were dressed in their best suits. They carried their laptops to the Lu Corporation's conference room on the 30th floor and waited for the interview. They were the smallest law firm and were ranked last among all the law firms that were bidding on the spot. They waited from 9:00 in the morning until 3:00 in the afternoon before Gu Nianji and Jin Dazhuang were called in. The person in charge of the on-site bidding was already so tired that he was swaying left and right. He didn't want to listen to them at all. The bald male supervisor sitting in the middle frowned as he looked at the Jin law firm's bid document. He muttered. Why did something strange sneak in? How did the legal department screen? How dare such a small law firm come to our company to bid for business? Are they looking down on our Lu Corporation? Gu Nianji coughed softly and said, "Sir, your microphone is not turned off." Therefore, everyone heard his muttering. There was an awkward laughter in the conference room. The bald male supervisor did it on purpose. He didn't expect the two of them to be so tactless. He shook their bidding documents impatiently. "Your law firm is so small. Why would you want to bid for our business? Was there a mistake somewhere? Why don't you go back first, and I'll check with the department in charge of screening the bidding documents." Holy shit. A mistake. Everyone has been waiting for an entire day, and you're telling me there's a mistake. Gu Nianji was about to lose her temper when the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Lu Yuan walked in slowly and said gently, "I happen to be free, so I came to listen to the bidding." "Hello, President Liu. Director Liu. Chairman Liu, please sit here. Boss Liu, do you want tea or coffee?" The managers of the Liu Corporation who were in charge of the bidding and defense were extremely excited. They surrounded their big boss and flattered him. Gu Nianji swallowed her anger when she saw Lu Yuan come in. With Lu Yuan around, these people could not slack off even if they wanted to. As expected, the bald male supervisor asked excitedly, "Jin Law Firm, which one of you is the author of this bidding document?" Gu Nianji stood up. "It's me. Is there anything you would like to ask?" The bald male supervisor was about to speak when Lu Yuan reached out and took Gu Nianji's bidding document from him. He said, "Let me take a look." The big boss was going to ask questions personally, so the managers in the room could only hold their breaths. Lu Yuan looked at it for a while and asked, "Lawyer Gu, right? Your law firm is so small that it doesn't seem to match the professional functions that our company needs in the legal field." The bald male supervisor next to him quickly nodded when he heard this. Yes, that's what I said just now. Whether it's intellectual property rights, cross-border mergers and acquisitions, or infringement lawsuits, they don't have any experience in this area. The four major law firms that we just competed with all have their own strengths. Actually, Gu Nianji was already prepared. She immediately interrupted them and asked calmly, "May I ask if in your company's eyes, only intellectual property rights, cross-border mergers and acquisitions, and infringement lawsuits are considered legal business? Isn't that so?" The bald male supervisor looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. "Don't tell me you want us to use your expertise in divorce lawsuits. Little girl, are you married? If you're not married, you won't be able to find a partner if you keep helping people fight divorce lawsuits." Gu Nianji was furious. How could he have the face to say such a strong personal attack? Although Gu Nianji was angry, she still maintained her composure. She took out her business card and placed it in front of the bald male supervisor. She said calmly, Sure. I think you'll need to look for us soon. I'll give you a 20% discount." The bald male supervisor was stunned for a moment before he understood what Gu Nianji meant. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. "Hey! Why are you cursing me? I only said one thing to you, and you're cursing me for divorce just like that." He threw Gu Nianji's business card on the ground. Gu Nianji bent down to pick it up and said nonchalantly, "Okay, then when your wife comes to me for divorce, I'll give her a 20% discount." "You!" The bald male supervisor was completely furious. He stood up and waved his arm vigorously. "You! Get out!" He directly told Gu Nianji to get lost. Gu Nianji knew that Lu Yuan wasn't the kind of person who would look down on others. She turned her gaze over. "President Liu, are you chasing me away too?" Lu Yuan smiled and apologized to her. "Lawyer Gu, I'm really sorry for making you feel wronged. It's our fault." He looked at the bald male supervisor, who had lost his composure, and his eyes darkened. "You, get out." You're the one who should get lost. The president and chairman had spoken, and the bald male supervisor was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He walked out of the conference room in a daze. He couldn't understand why he had been angered by that little girl's words. He must be too tired, he must be, however, he had to teach this small law firm a lesson. In the large conference room, Gu Nianji spoke with confidence. President Liu, I know that our law firm is indeed very small, but small has its advantages. Our business is close to the people's livelihood and has a close relationship with ordinary people. We're good at dealing with ordinary people. We know their needs and demands. For a large company like yours, you don't need a divorce lawyer to help you with a lawsuit, but you need labor arbitration. I've studied the legal composition of your company and found that you're blank in labor arbitration. In terms of labor law, our lawyer Jean is a true expert. He has personally helped many fired employees with reasonable labor arbitration. It can be said that he's not inferior to any large law firm. On the contrary, because of the fees charged by a large law firm, this kind of small labor arbitration won't be in their eyes. Ordinary employees can't afford to hire a large law firm, but we can provide the same quality service as a large law firm, but our fees are only a fraction of theirs. So I believe that if you sign a contract with our law firm, we can help you solve many labor problems. Your HR department can also consult our law firm as much as possible when it comes to hiring personnel. After Gu Nianji finished speaking, she placed another more detailed bid in front of Liu Yuan. President Liu, this is the detailed bid I made. There's a comparison of data in it. Please refer to it. The bid wasn't long, only 3 pages, but the data was detailed and the argument was powerful. One didn't need to be a legal professional to be able to tell the weight of this bid. A bid written with this kind of thinking would have a very high winning rate even if it were to bid for the business of a large international company. Liu Yuan was already very satisfied, but he still said aloofly, Lawyer Gu, I remember you just said that you were the one who drafted this bid? Yes, I wrote it all. Every punctuation mark is original. Gu Nianji spread her hands playfully. All rights reserved. Reproductions will be investigated. Liu Yuan smiled and looked up. The lines at the corners of his eyes were even more charming. But this bid really doesn't look like it was written by someone who just graduated. Forgive me for asking, but has Lawyer Gu ever had similar work experience before? Whether one had work experience or not, one's performance during an interview was completely different. It was just like how virgins and non-virgins behaved completely differently on their wedding night. Any experienced man would be able to tell at a glance. Gu Nianji was stunned for a moment and chose not to say it. I'll tell you this question when I have the chance in the future, okay? Okay, I'll wait and see. Liu Yuan stood up and said to the other supervisors in the conference room, I think they're not bad. We're really lacking in this area. Their addition can fill in the gap in this area. He actually accepted Gu Nianji's words completely. The supervisors understood as soon as they heard this and quickly said, Congratulations. You're the first contract law firm we've accepted. Come, Lawyer Jean, Lawyer Gu, sign the contract here. The big boss had already said it was fine. They weren't idiots like before. What good would it do to go against the big boss? Gu Nianji and Jean Dazhuang practically floated back to the second floor. The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, rushed over nervously. Lawyer Gu, Lawyer Jean, how was it? Did you pass? No. As if. Gu Nianji shouted and jumped up with Xiao Zhang in her arms. We're rich. We can hire now. Xiao Zhang, you're the beauty of the front desk. Xiao Zhang was also extremely happy. I don't have to change jobs. I want a promotion and a raise. Jean Dazhuang was so angry that his nose was crooked. Xiao Zhang. You despise the poor and love the rich. Humph. In the end, Gu Nianji and Xiao Zhang laughed even harder. Jin Dazhuang was angry for a while, then he also laughed and said, "People go up, and water flows down." I don't blame Xiao Zhang for thinking that way. I was the one who was stuck in my own ways. I admit my mistake. From now on, we will work together to make the law firm bigger and stronger. Their law firm had good news, and so did the Lu Corporation. A week later, the Lu Corporation announced the good news of their in-depth cooperation with the Qin Corporation in terms of network security. They were also negotiating a new contract with the government to provide technical support for the country in terms of network security. The Lu Corporation's stock price rose in response and doubled in a week. Of course, the Lu Corporation had to celebrate such a joyous occasion. Therefore, the CEO's office announced that the company would hold a grand celebration. This meeting would not be held in C City, but in H City, known as the Pearl of the East. H City was a metropolis in the south of Huaxia Empire. It had one of the 3 best deep-water ports in the world, Victoria Port. It was also a tourist city. All 3 of them in the law firm had received invitations. "Lawyer Gu, are you going or not? It's a free tour." The receptionist, Xiao Zhang, was very excited. Gu Nianji didn't want to go at first. Her birthday was coming up, and she was feeling down. She didn't have the energy to do anything. She said listlessly, "We'll talk about it then." Xiao Zhang was browsing Weibo on his iPad. From time to time, he exclaimed, "The Lu Corporation is really generous. They invited so many celebrities. There are still a lot of socialites. Ah, look, this socialite is so elegant and beautiful. Let me see who she is." Xiao Zhang put on a show by himself. She patted Gu Nianji on the shoulder. "Lawyer Gu, look, Xie Qingying, Prime Minister Xie's niece. I heard that she represented Prime Minister Xie at the celebration banquet of the Lu Corporation." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. "Who?" "Xie Qingying, she's going too." Xiao Zhang showed Gu Nianji his Weibo. Gu Nianji looked at Xie Qingying's graceful figure in an evening gown on Weibo's trending page, and her heart burned. For Xie Qingying, she had to go. He finally had the chance to approach the Xie family quietly. This is today's second Valentine's Day update, Chapter 1504, Good News. P.S. Thank you to Little One Kiss for the 10,000 Qidian coins yesterday. Yes, next is the time to ask for votes. Don't be careless and throw your monthly and recommendation tickets over. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.